Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I used to think of the back roads of southern Oregon as friendly ribbons of asphalt that let you slip between mountains and fur-laden foothills whenever you wanted a break from the interstate. I spent my childhood camping in those woods, learning how Douglas fir smells after rain, how fresh bear scat looks, how to judge the hour by the hush that spreads over clear cuts at dusk. My girlfriend grew up farther south, nearer the California line, but she shared that same instinctive love for long drives under canopies of cedar and pine. Both of us were so convinced we belonged out there that we never paused to ask whether the land felt the same way about us. That changed on one cold night in late autumn of 2022, the night we sliced down an unlit shortcut my mother recommended and discovered that the forest could watch you, judge you, and warn you away without ever once breaking the laws of nature. No footprints, no voices, no glowing eyes. Only a darkness so absolute it smothered sound, a pressure in the chest so heavy it pushed words out of your throat, and two pale orbs of light that slid along behind us like white blood cells hunting a virus. I will never forget the smell of the heater's dusty vents, the sheen of sweat on my girlfriend's upper lip, or the dry sting of my hand slipping off a blade's handle as every survival instinct I possessed argued with the steering wheel. The whole ordeal lasted maybe 35 minutes according to the dash clock, but pieces of it still echo whenever I see certain kinds of torchlight, or whenever road salt turns my headlights slightly blue, or whenever coyotes stop yipping all at once. I'm writing it down in one long sweep because I've learned that words are like night fire on an open ridge. Keep the stories burning, and whatever prowls at the tree thinks twice about coming closer. We had left her parents' place near Medford around sunset, bellies stuffed with blackberry cobbler and leftovers from an early Thanksgiving visit. The drive north to my hometown usually took 6 hours when you stuck to the interstate, but my mother called just after we gassed up outside Roseburg to tell me about a Forest Service route that would shave nearly 90 minutes off the trip. She said loggers had finished hauling for the season, so semis were scarce. All we had to do was turn east at a faded county sign, wind through 50 or 60 miles of forest, then pop out near Crater Lake Highway. I had taken plenty of similar spurs without trouble. I liked gravel popping up under the wheel wells, spray from puddles, the closeness of trunks sliding past my windows. My girlfriend liked to lean back and pretend the branches were moving past us like crowds on a train platform. She carried a DSLR everywhere, always hoping to spot the kind of moss-draped elk ridge you only see in Pacific Northwest calendars. So I thanked my mom, checked the tank again, and told the GPS to reroute. If anyone had asked why we felt so confident, I would have rattled off my resume: Boy Scout, line cook at a fishing resort, 6 years in the Marine Corps, including nights in jungles where the dark can reach out and paint itself on your eyelids, plus 5 hunting seasons helping my uncle haul out venison. None of that kept me safe. It only taught me how to pick apart what happened later, when hindsight hurt worse than the terror itself. The first leg of the forest road felt normal. Douglas firs formed green walls, but the winter leaf drop let dusk seep through. I could still see hints of blue in the sky between branches. Gravel hissed under tires. We played classic rock low enough to talk over, trading dumb jokes about which set of parents would forget to defrost Christmas ham this year. 10 minutes in, the road dipped behind a spur ridge and the last strip of sunset vanished so quickly it felt like someone tossed a tarp over the world. I clicked the headlights from low to high beams. Instead of flaring white cones, they looked like twin slits cut into pitch fabric. Fog, no, not fog, more like dry mist, hung between trunks, refusing to catch light. I tapped the brakes, and that's when the silence entered the car like a third passenger. It wasn't that the music stopped. We had turned it off a song earlier. It was that tire noise muted, engine hum thinned, the rattle of coins in the door pocket damped. My girlfriend reached out, squeezed my wrist, whispered, "Do you feel like we drove underwater or something?" Her voice sounded muffled, as if cotton padded her throat. I tried to answer, but my tongue pressed to the roof of my mouth and stuck there. My jaws moved, no air came out. The rational part of me said, "You're having a mild panic attack, maybe sleep deprivation, maybe a sugar crash from all that pie." The other part, older, quieter, said, "Something in here doesn't want human voices. Treat the place like church or crypt." Instinct made me flick the headlights off. Total blackness filled the windshield for 2 heartbeats before I realized that letting them stay off would be suicide on a curving dirt road. I switched them back on and edged forward at 15 miles per hour, hands jelly tight on the wheel. That was when I noticed the pressure in my sternum, like a broad hand set flat against the breastbone, and leaning just enough to make breathing a test. In the Corps we practice breath control drills to shoot steady. Inhale 4 counts, hold, exhale 4. I tried that. Nothing changed. My girlfriend's nails dug crescents through my flannel sleeve. She scooted closer as if cold, but her skin radiated heat. I remember thinking, this is the same forest we've both hiked before. These are the same conifers that smell like Christmas when you nick them. Why does it hate us now? The headlights picked out a fork in the road. The printed directions said stay left. I slowed to walking speed, turned, and that's when the lights appeared behind us. At first they were faint, like stars caught low between trunks. They brightened until I knew they had to be vehicle lights, but too high, too round, too white for halogen, too narrow for LED bars. They hovered maybe 30 yards back, exactly centered between the banks. No flare showed on the gravel beneath them, no bouncing as tires hit washboards. I waited for the silhouette of a pickup hood. None appeared. I told myself some Jeep with long off-road lamps had swung in behind us, but the constriction in my lungs called that a lie. My girlfriend whispered my name in a tone I still hear when doors slam unexpectedly at night. I told her, "Don't look again. Eyes forward." It sounded like an order given on patrol, not a comfort. She nodded once, then face front with lips parted as if tasting the air for poison. Something changed around then. The road blurred at the edges of the beams, as if distance warped. The time warp started too, stretches where I swear minutes collapsed into seconds, punctuated by moments where every pothole eyelet lengthened until the suspension moan turned into a cello bow. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 8:57 p.m. I drove maybe half a mile at a crawl, checked again, 9:03. That made no sense. We'd turned onto the forest route at 8:40. We should be farther. A rational mind would have chalked the discrepancy to stress, but mine latched onto a rumor I'd once heard from a Klamath elder, that certain bends between ridges lie sideways to proper time, and if you cross them with the wrong heart the land notices. We crept on. Twice I set my foot steady on the brake to see if the orbs would rear-end us. They slowed in perfect silent sync. They neither advanced nor retreated. I squinted, trying to read shape beyond them, but the dark turned glossy, like oil filming water. Headlight glare began reflecting off mist ahead in swirling motes that looked almost like ash. Then something even stranger. The road shoulders shifted from gravel to churned, snapped vegetation. Ferns, saplings, even small maples lay shorn as though a plow had run off the path. Something heavy had fallen nearby. The Jeep's headlamps grazed the top of a tree lying across half the lane. Live alder, green leaves still attached, snapped 5 feet up the trunk. No saw marks. Storm damage? Possible, but the sky had been calm for weeks. I straddled the log, bumping over with a jarring thunk, and that was when my girlfriend gasped so sharply I thought she'd been stabbed. "It's closer." I risked the rearview. The lights filled it edge to edge. They must have halved the gap somehow without me hearing gravel. I couldn't help it. I pressed the accelerator to 40. The shoulders blurred. Branches whispered along the roof. The lights matched, unwavering. Something scythed across the road up ahead, invisible but massive, because saplings jerked sideways and cracked. I braked hard. The Jeep slewed but didn't stall. Silence again. Then a low deep pop, like knuckles the size of beer cans cracking. Left side of the road 20 yards ahead, a fir shuddered. Its trunk folded at mid-height the way dried spaghetti snaps. Needles rained down. The top rotated, then crashed over the lane, slow motion yet sudden. I reversed, heart punching my throat. The lights behind did not move aside. They hung there, trapping us between a fresh barrier and a force that wasn't car or truck. For a breath I considered swinging the door open and leading whatever it was away on foot, marine bravado kicking. But something in that oppressive quiet said movement outside the metal shell would mean stepping into ownership lines we couldn't see. The trunk in front lay only half blocking. I jammed gear into four-wheel low, crawled forward, tires scrabbling over bark. A branch scraped underneath. Another raked the hood and snapped. We cleared. 100 feet later a doe burst from the shoulder, white eyes flashing, tail flagged. No flight curve. It shot past the front bumper like expelled by terror, not adrenaline. My girlfriend whispered a prayer in Spanish, one her grandmother taught about the Virgin walking in the desert, weighing souls of dangerous spirits. The prayer dried on her tongue because behind us, out of sync with the doe's escape, the lights abruptly ceased. Darkness slammed the rear window. I dared not brake, not when something that had matched us so long vanished by choice. We crossed a wooden bridge where creek water glinted faintly in dim beams. On the far side the forest thinned. Stars appeared overhead, sharp, welcome. My lungs filled for the first time in half an hour. I accelerated to 60, hit paved county road. Cell bars popped onto the dashboard display. My girlfriend's shoulders shook and sobbed she'd locked down since the first hush. I kept driving until we reached a convenience store's neon open sign. There we parked under buzzing fluorescents and let the hum remind us of ordinary life. Electric grids, security cameras, coffee pots. Inside, the clerk raised an eyebrow at our pallor. We bought water, pretzels, stood under harsh light bare minutes before questions spilled. Any accidents reported back there? Logging equipment moving after dusk? The clerk frowned. Roads closed at nightfall. State posted signs 2 weeks ago. You didn't see tape? We shook our heads. We passed no barricade. No sign. He shrugged. Forest Service pulled out early for tribal meet. Nothing back there but cougars and ghosts now. He smiled like it was a joke. My girlfriend flinched. At my parents' house an hour later we tried to act normal. My mother thanked us for texting arrival time. She didn't notice our clammy hands until Grandma, who'd grown up near Chiloquin, stepped from her bedroom and sniffed the air like a dog catching coyote scent. Her eyes narrowed. "Which road?" she asked in Klamath. I told her. The muscles at her jaw bunched. She said nothing more until we started down the hallway toward my old room. Then low, so low I wondered if English words cost her, she said. "When Forrest tells you no, you say thank you and go. No questions." She made the sign of a cross over each of us. My girlfriend asked what lived there. Grandma answered with a Klamath term too quick for me to parse. Something about guardians that were not of this world but of that soil. Spirits who carried the memory of loggers' sawdust still floating in creek eddies, of dynamite ripping old cedar hearts, of pipelines buzzing under moss. "They make warning first," she added. "Next time it is dead." All night I dreamed of blank headlights behind me. No horn, no grill. Just cold white discs. When I jolted awake at 2 a.m., wind rattled maple limbs outside. I thought of the fir trunk folding like balsa. Next morning I walked the driveway to check for stormfall. Everything stood intact, but under my boots lay rotting leaves pressed into damp asphalt. Leaves I'd swear shifted, aligning like fins, as if something huge had glided above them without touch. I reported the downed tree to the county engineer by phone. He claimed no crews had been on that spur for a month. They inspected later, found no fresh blowdown matching my description. The alder trunk we straddled left neither gouge nor bark shred on the Jeep. Branch scratches disappeared after the next wash. My phone's photos from the drive, she had snapped a few silhouettes early on, were gone, overwritten by blank gray frames timestamped the minute we turned onto that road. I have tried to outline what hunts there. Not when to go, wrong region, wrong lore. Not Bigfoot, no footprints, no musk, no interest in showing itself. This felt older than monsters, newer than ghosts. A place spirit maybe, one that uses illusion like a shepherd dog uses bark, harry the flock until it flees the wrong pasture. But illusions don't bend time or snuff engine sound, do they? Unless the land itself bends, unless the gravel and mist share one will. Grandma says some grounds hold memories so vivid they steer present tense. If you cross remembering them only as scenery, they remind you, we have our own language. I used to laugh at campers who claimed the woods eat ours. Now I track mileage religiously. I keep analog maps. When a byway smells wrong, too wet for a dry night, too still for a windstorm, I back out and add an hour to travel. Friends rib me, call me superstitious. I carry an LED lantern on remote hikes and ask before I step off trail. Ask whom? They roll eyes. I ask the Hush, because Hush once answered. My girlfriend no longer photographs forest at twilight. She sticks to rivers at noon. She placed her grandmother's prayer card above our bed, Virgin del Camino. She claims the phrase she never finished that night tastes like iron now. We still drive south twice a year, but we stick to I-5, even when traffic stacks. Sometimes the semi's rear lights blur and drizzle and I grip the wheel too tight. But pavement has its own hum that never dies. That's how I know the road still belongs to people. I used to think the paranormal fit tidy into 3 boxes: allies, neutrals, enemies. That taxonomy comforts, like rank structure did overseas. Know who salutes, who returns fire. The thing in those woods wasn't enemy exactly. It was homeowner. We were burglars. It didn't chase, only shepherded us out. Yet the dreaded seed it still blooms whenever night thickens wrong. That's why I tell this at length, 4,000 words of reminder. If the forest tongue goes mute and weight settles on your chest, heed it. If lights appear with no engine hush behind, pivot back where sunlight lasts. If blood ripples like iron filings to a magnet, the land is speaking through nerves older than thought. You can call that paranormal. The land just calls it conversation. The Carrizo Plain lies several hours from the nearest big city, and even before I left home that afternoon I could feel the familiar promise of quiet rolling across my nerves like a soft breeze. Whenever life in Southern California grew too loud, whenever the roar of freeways, the endless bright lights, and the crush of people threatened to drown me, I loaded my camera into the truck and drove north. Out there, away from the crowds, the land felt wide enough for every thought I carried. The plain was a favorite sanctuary of mine, a place I had photographed through many seasons. I had walked its clay-hard dirt after weeks of drought, watched its surface turn to dust under the weight of a blistering sun, and returned months later to find a carpet of gold fields and tidy tips rising out of the cracks in a flamboyant bloom. I knew the dips where antelope hid at midday and the ridges where hawks floated on thermals. I thought I knew its moods. I thought I understood the rhythm of its creatures. On that October evening in 2022, the air held just enough bite to remind me that summer was gone but winter had not yet claimed the valley. A glaze of high clouds filtered the sunlight into a gauzy gold, and the first hints of twilight turned every stone and shrub to amber. Conditions looked perfect for a series of twilight shots. I parked beside a 2-track road that sees more jackrabbits than vehicles, slung my pack over one shoulder, and followed a faint trail through the brittle weeds toward a set of volcanic outcrops that caught the last of the daylight. Even the crunch of my boots felt muffled. Every so often I paused, raised my camera, and framed the distant Caliente Range as its crease lines deepened, and my mind drifted into that peaceful state photographers know, a slow, focused awareness of light and texture, nothing but the scene and the shutter. Normally the plain hums at dusk. Burrowing owls call from fence posts, chirping insects thread the air, and larks toss off hurried half-songs before the dark settles. That evening, somewhere between one step and the next, the soundscape drained away. It took me a moment to notice because silence arrives like fog. You realize only after it surrounds you. I lowered my camera and listened. No wings clipped the wind. No coyote yapped in the distance. The hush pressed so completely that my own breathing sounded rude. The stillness carried weight, a sense that something watched from behind the curtain of dusk. I reminded myself that the season had been dry. Maybe many creatures had moved elsewhere in search of water. Yet the idea did not ring true. Silence in a living desert feels different from absence. This quiet had teeth. From the corner of my eye a shape moved. The plain is open, but heat ripples constrict the vision, making distant sage seem to sway or distant basalt shimmer upward. I turned my head, expecting a pronghorn or a stray cow. Instead I saw only a smear of motion in a swallowtail of remaining light, something the size of a man, low to the ground yet gliding with a pacing fluidity. My first thought was feral dog. My second was mountain lion. Then the blur vanished behind a fold in the earth, and rational guesses faded beneath a rising knot of unease. At times the mind tampers with what the eyes deliver, especially in twilight, so I kept shooting for another minute, willing the chill at my collarbones to retreat. A lonely thought kept poking me, go find evidence. The photographer's itch. Without proof, the sighting would evaporate like many desert mirages had before. I slung the camera around my neck, took out the flashlight I carry for safety, and started toward the low ridge where the figure had disappeared. The ground sloped gently, but each footstep felt heavy. A quarter moon hung over the west, bright enough to throw pale bars onto the land but not bright enough to detail shapes. The flashlight's beam carved a vivid white tunnel. Dust twirled in that narrow slice of light like white ghosts. 50 yards from my truck, I found a fire ring. It must have belonged to some passerby earlier in the day. A circle of stones hastily placed, a hollow of ash still warm, a few fresh footprints that looked hurried rather than careful. Charred sticks lay in a scatter, as if kicked apart. Nearby I saw a torn flannel shirt, shredded in 2 pieces, buttons still attached. A plastic bottle had been stomped flat. A paper map fluttered where the breeze slipped between grasses. No blood, no sign of a struggle, only the suggestion that someone stopped here, perhaps intending to camp, then left in haste. The impression of panic loomed larger than the clues. My flashlight swept over the ring again. The nearest volcanic boulder bore claw marks, 3 deep gouges dragged from shoulder height to knee height. The stone is basalt, tough stuff. Whatever cut it had strength and patience. Wind-blown grit can carve stone, but these channels were fresh, their edges sharp and unweathered. My breath shortened. I have hiked the Carrizo alone dozens of times, encountered everything from deer to rattlesnakes, even a black bear that wandered down from the San Andreas Mountains one unseasonal winter. Wildlife, normal or rare, never gave me the bone-deep dread that rose now. I told myself, a person could have carved those marks with a climbing pick for fun. A rancher's bull might rub horns against rock. But I knew either explanation fit. Bulls do not leave parallel grooves. People bent on carving do not create such symmetrical arcs, then abandon the art half done. A growl rolled across the open land. It did not erupt from a point but rather trembled through the air as if the ground itself spoke. The growl vibrated my ribs. Low, resonant, impossible to place. I wheeled the flashlight and a slow arc sagebrush stood still. The rock skeleton of the hill to the south remained inert. Nothing moved. I forced myself to call out. My voice cracked. "Hey there! Someone out?" Silence answered, followed by the rapid thump of my heartbeat. Training said to stand tall, appear large, fear said to shrink. I held the flashlight high and advanced one more step. The beam snagged a reflection. 2 points of yellow shone like polished coins caught in the light. They were level, wide-set, and far higher above the ground than any coyote or dog. The eyes blinked once, and for that split second the plane disappeared. I saw only the intelligence within that gaze, an ancient wariness, a judging patience that belonged to neither domestic animal nor typical predator. The figure stepped forward. Dust parted at its shin like fog around a prow. I measured the height against a mesquite snag, over 7 feet. At first glance it resembled a gray wolf grown impossibly large, but the longer I stared, the more wrong the outline became. The hunch of its shoulders suggested tool-using limbs, not the forelegs of a runner. The torso tapered into hips that bent in a biped's articulation. Muscles corded under a pelt thick as winter, yet the stance spoke of upright comfort. Light fur around its muzzle rough like frost. When the creature flared its nostrils, vapor curled out though the air held no chill. My camera clinked against my chest. I had meant to raise it for a shot, but some knowledge older than sense forbade sudden movements. Instead, I reluctantly dimmed the flashlight, tilting the beam toward the ground. A show of non-threat. The creature's ears flicked. Its eyes softened not in friendliness but in a cool calculation. Threat diminished for now. We watched each other. Silence regained the plain, yet not the tender hush of earlier evening. This silence grew from a boundary drawn, mine, fragile, behind a circle of weak illumination, its vast, inside every shadow. My mind scrolled through advice from wilderness classes. Hold ground with cougars, retreat sideways from bears. Nothing covered an upright wolf. I picked a neutral tactic: breathe evenly, think slow, display respect. I whispered, absurd. I'm leaving. The words scattered like dry leaves. The creature lowered onto all fours. The motion seemed effortless, vertebrae stacking then flexing like a fluid hinge. In that posture it gained speed without apparent effort, circling wide around the fire ring, sniffing briefly at the discarded shirt, then angling away toward a shallow arroyo. I pivoted to keep it in the corner of my sight but refrained from shining the light directly again. An impression pressed into me then: it would not chase unless invited by weakness or aggression. I sensed, too, that I had already overstayed some unseen line. When distance reached perhaps 50 yards, it paused and looked back. The eyes glinted unmatched color. A coyote yipped far off. Immediately the wolf creature jerked its head toward the sound, muscles tensing. Without another glance at me, it loped into night. Its stride lengthened, body elongating until the gloom swallowed every trace. Air returned to my lungs. Only then did I realize my legs shook. I flicked the flashlight toward the clawed boulder again, proof that what I'd seen was not a construction of twilight. Those grooves would remain. I thought of photographing them, but the idea of staying a minute longer felt reckless. I packed the light tight against my chest and marched toward my vehicle without hurry yet with purpose, refusing to run, unwilling to appear chased. The thick silence eased. Crickets resumed tentative notes, as if testing permission. When I reached the truck, I slid behind the wheel and locked the doors, though glass and steel would mean little to such a beast. The drive out along Soda Lake Road passed in jittery bursts. Headlights cut a narrow ribbon, beyond that, black. My rearview mirror remained as interesting as the windshield. Twice I thought I glimpsed a pale streak pacing the truck at a distance, but either imagination or topography fooled me. Pavement eventually replaced gravel. Town lights flickered on hills far south. Civilization's reach, for the first time in years, comforted rather than annoyed. Back home in my small apartment, I downloaded images from the memory card. Landscape frames glowed with gentle beauty, ochre earth, lavender sky. Nothing betrayed the moment when the world's fabric had thinned. The absence frustrated me less than I expected. Some stories, perhaps, demand reliance on trust rather than pixels. Still, I typed notes into a digital journal, unwilling to let memory blur details. The carved stone, the torn shirt, the exact junction of roads, the color of the eyes, sunlit honey set aflame. Sleep refused to come. Behind eyelids, the plain stretched again, vacant yet alive with the possibility of that shape. I recalled a conversation with an elder photographer once, a man who had lived among the Hopi. He spoke of the plane of mirrors, a metaphorical threshold where ordinary land reflects hidden realms. He said the Carrizo sits on such a joint. In daylight one sees only grass. At dusk, if one's mind slips between beats, another story surfaces. I had smiled politely then, calling it poetic. Tonight no smile came. I tried to categorize: not wolf, not bear, not myth from European lore, no silver bullet, no moonstruck transformation. More likely a guardian of old ground, a sentinel older than the Chumash pictographs that still mark nearby cliffs. Some watchers do not harass trespassers unless provoked, others test curiosity. Perhaps my camera's lens, my intrusion on silence, crossed the threshold. Weeks passed. I avoided night shoots on lonely plains. But curiosity, like water, seeks cracks. I reviewed field guides, indigenous tales, cryptid reports. Most stories painted such beings as harbingers or judges rather than simple predators. They manifest where balance tips, where disrespect grows. The abandoned camp and shredded items tugged at that idea. Did an earlier visitor offend it? Did I witness fallout? One rainy afternoon I drove back, not at dusk but midday under full sun. I followed tire ruts to the same spot. The fire ring remained though wind had scattered ash and cattle tracks marred footprints. The clawed boulder still bore 3 gouges, now faintly eroded at the edges. I photographed them, measuring depth with a pen. They were deeper than I recalled, an inch into stone's basalt flesh. No steel tool I owned could replicate without leaving metal residue. None appeared. I touched the grooves. A shiver ran through me despite warmth. I vowed to preserve respect. I left a small offering, water poured on cracked earth, a gesture many desert dwellers practice to honor local spirits. Then I departed before shadows lengthened. Did that creature belong to biology undiscovered, or to realms science cannot chart? Whichever truth, it taught me the plain's serenity carries guardianship. When I return now, I tread lighter. I photograph quickly, speak to quiet wind, and leave no ember glowing. And though memory sometimes replays sunlit honey eyes in the dark between dreams, dread has shifted into a solemn gratitude. The Carrizo's mystery remains intact, and I remain careful not to ask for another unveiling. I grew up in the south of Italy, on the edge of rolling hills that smell of olives in spring and dust in summer. My village is small enough that everyone still gathers in the piazza on Sundays, and most people spend their evenings exactly as their grandparents did, sitting on a low stone wall, talking, smoking, sipping wine, sometimes arguing about soccer, sometimes worrying aloud about the price of diesel or the state of the harvest. We have our share of folk stories, tales of witches who steal babies, a lonely ghost who walks the bell tower after midnight, even a rumor about an enormous cat that stalks the abandoned quarry. But real monsters, the kind you find in American horror movies or on those clickbait websites about cryptids, are not part of our local imagination. If you asked my neighbors whether they had ever heard of a skinwalker or a dogman, they would shake their heads. They might have a vague idea about werewolves. Every European country has at least one medieval legend about men who turn into ravenous beasts. But they would dismiss those stories with a wave of the hand. Wolves themselves were driven out of our region long ago, and though park rangers keep releasing them farther north, they rarely venture down this far. Everyone agrees that the woods here are safe. At most you might stumble on a boar, or the occasional stray shepherd dog gone half feral. That confidence suited me when I joined the scout group in my early teens. The local troop met every Saturday morning in a school gym, and twice a year we ventured into the countryside for a week of tent living, orienteering, cooking over open fires, and all the things that make parents sigh with pride and set teachers secretly grateful for a break from restless pupils. I stuck with the Scouts because the organization gave me 2 pleasures I could not find elsewhere: the excuse to wander deep into nature, and the freedom to smoke without judgment once the official program ended for the evening. Some kids hid candy. I hid cigarettes. I learned to duck behind an olive grove or slip beneath a ruined stone arch just far enough from the campsite that the leaders would not catch me. Those furtive minutes, cold air in my lungs, ember bright at my fingertips, silence thick between the trees, became my private ritual, a crooked kind of meditation. My troop never suspected, or if they did, they never confronted me. By July of 2022 I was 18 and one of the older scouts, strong enough to carry 2 rucksacks at once when younger boys dragged their gear, experienced enough to lash poles into the skeleton of a raised cooking station in less than half the time it took newcomers to tie a single knot. School was behind me, the pandemic seemed to be lifting, and that summer felt like a long-held breath finally released. When the troop leaders announced another week-long camp on a piece of private forest close to the Basilicata border, I signed up with the casual confidence of someone who believes he has seen every trail before and knows exactly which ravine hides the ripest blackberries. I pictured mornings filled with drills, learning to identify edible plants, practicing first aid on each other's bandaged arms, followed by afternoons wandering whichever stream cut deepest into the limestone. Evenings, as always, would end with a campfire, songs half learned, jokes entirely predictable, and eventually the younger scouts nodding off while the older ones debated whether the Juventus lineup deserved more credit or whether Napoli would finally live up to its promise. After that, when the last embers collapsed into red snowflakes, I would steal into the darkness with a slim white cigarette between my fingers, find a fallen log, light up, and stare at the sky until the world felt wide and quiet. Everything went according to plan for the first few nights. Heat that shimmered above the rocks all day mellowed into a breeze after sunset. Tasteful hints of time scented the air when someone's boot disturbed a patch. Cicadas thrummed loud enough to drown the distant whine of motorbikes on the state road. The leaders were in good spirits. Nobody lost a tent peg. The communal spaghetti never burned. I felt lucky, almost suspiciously lucky, the way sailors grow uneasy when seas remain calm too long. On the third night our fire circle ended with more laughter than usual. We had staged a game in which each patrol performed a skit about mythical creatures rumored to haunt Italian forests. Goblin shepherds, headless friars, cursed white horses. My patrol drew the short straw and got assigned Lupinari, the old Calabrian name for pseudo-werewolves who supposedly steal goats. We improvised a silly scene. I wore a blanket as a cape and howled at the moon while my friend Matteo waved a stick like a shepherd's crook and scolded me in a fake Swiss accent. The younger scouts loved it. They tossed pine cones at me when I lunged at Matteo's imaginary flock. By the time awards were handed out, some stale cookies wrapped in foil, everyone was tired and giddy. The leaders dismissed us, reminded us to brush our teeth, and retreated to their own section of the clearing. I pocketed 2 cigarettes and my phone, nodding to the others as I slipped between saplings along a goat path that led away from the central fire ring. I had followed the trail once during daylight. It descended over a gentle rise, crossed a shallow stream, and wound into a patch of mixed oak and pine that felt older than the surrounding plantation. The area attracted deer. I had spotted a group nibbling acorns there the previous morning, their coats dappled gold in early sun. That memory coaxed me deeper tonight. I liked the idea of company, even silent four-legged company, while I smoked. The path grew faint after 50 meters. Tufts of sweet chestnut leaves clung to damp soil. My boots pressed water up between moss cushions. Crickets retreated a fraction each time my foot snapped a twig, but resumed at once behind me. I found the fallen log I favored, a gray trunk half devoured by fungus, sat, and let my breathing even out. The first cigarette burned quickly because I dragged too hard, impatient for nicotine to settle the edges of my thoughts. I stubbed it into dirt, checked my phone, no service, as expected, switched to a downloaded playlist, and took the second cigarette between my lips. The tip glowed red as I inhaled. Smoke stung my throat, in that half-pleasant way that announces relief on the horizon. Cicadas thrummed. Somewhere to my left a tiny branch snapped. My heart jumped, then slowed when I glimpsed the rabbit dart into brambles. I exhaled, amused by my own jumpiness. A cluster of deer browsed perhaps 25 meters ahead, nearly invisible except for the pale ovals of their rumps when they lifted tails to bat flies. I stayed still, phone screen turned face down to avoid flashing light. The moon hung gibbous, bright enough to outline every fern. Clouds drifted across its face, thinning the illumination for a moment. When moonlight returned full strength, every deer in the clearing stood frozen with heads raised. Ears angled sharply forward. Tails rigid. Their sudden stillness tugged at my nerves. I had spent hundreds of hours observing wildlife while scouting. Deer freeze like that only when they sense something out of place. I held breath. Smoke curled from the corner of my lips and dissipated. Seconds lengthened. No breeze stirred the canopy. Even cicadas cut their electric buzzing. The hush was so complete that I heard my pulse tapping against the cartilage in my ears. Reason whispered predators. Maybe a stray wolf roaming outside its usual territory. Maybe a large feral dog. Neither posed high risk to an adult human, especially one armed with a lighter, a pocket knife, and the conviction that standing still is wiser than startling beasts. I reminded myself of that logic and prepared to finish my cigarette before backing away. Then came the howl. It started as a high, thin cry, like a woman on a distant hill calling a name that would never return, but dropped midway into a baritone growl that rumbled across the trunks and vibrated through my spine. The sound felt wrong, assembled from mismatched parts. Too long for fox, too throaty for owl, too mournful for stray dog. The deer scattered, silent streaks vanishing between trees, hooves barely clicking on cobbles of limestone. My brain hammered predator, in capital letters. I snuffed the cigarette against damp bark and crouched, scanning shadows. The howl repeated, closer, louder, echoing off a natural amphitheater of stone somewhere uphill. My skin prickled. Only one phrase occurred to me: big predator. Italian countryside hosts wolves again, though rarely this far south. But what creature howls part human, part wolf? My scout survival lessons told me stillness can mask you when animals rely on motion to locate prey. My pulse argued motionless equals helpless. I compromised by staying low and slowly drawing the pocket knife from my belt sheath, even though the short blade would be worthless against anything larger than a stray dog. The bushes directly across from my hiding tree parted with a crack. A shape emerged. First a pair of eyes, shockingly bright amber, set high and wide apart as though on a face longer than any dog's. The rest followed, shoulders thick despite how starved the creature looked, ribs draped against hide that glistened black but shivered with crimson undertones each time moonlight slanted through the canopy. When it cleared the leaves it stood upright, hind legs longer than human thighs, double-jointed so that the knees bent backward like a roe deer's. The torso, however, was wrong, narrower at the hips, wider at the rib cage, but with collarbones that jutted almost human-like. Long arms ended in claws that flexed independently, as if each finger possessed separate awareness. The head most resembled a wolf's, extended snout damp at the tip, but the proportions were off, snout too narrow, too elongated, ears too large and angled more like a bat's. I counted in a detached part of my brain, ears 2, eyes 2, nostrils yes. Familiar arrangement, yet nothing about it belonged to a known species. Fear congealed so thick I tasted iron behind my teeth. I had trained to face simulated combat, but the instructors never conjured an enemy that defied biological taxonomy. My hands trembled against bark. Instinct said don't run, predators chase. Another instinct screamed run anyway. The creature took one silent step, impossibly silent for an animal so massive, and its eyes locked straight on my crouch. The pupils constricted. I knew then it saw me, recognized me as separate from the trunk. My lungs forgot to breathe. It raised its right hand. The claws brushed a young beech tree and carved 5 grooves through living wood like fingernails through butter. Sap glistened white under moonlight. The beast opened its jaws, revealing teeth not arranged in neat rows like a dog's but uneven, some thin and needle-fine, others broad and flattened as if adapted for crushing bone. A low rumble bubbled in its throat. The vibration reminded me of a diesel engine idling behind a concrete wall. I rose slowly, arms spread to look larger, standard advice against wolves and bears. It straightened taller, a gesture nearly mocking, as if to say I could never match its height. The top of its head might have brushed past the 2-meter doorframe by half a meter more. My scout reflex whispered numbers. 2.5 meters, maybe 2.6. All at once I remembered Jacob's earlier boast, say Wendigo 3 times and it will appear. Absurd to link a North American myth to Italian woods, yet the memory stabbed me with eerie coincidence. Had we invited this? Superstition collided with rational thought, leaving both cracked. I felt the urge to mutter an apology, as though etiquette could excuse my trespass. The beast advanced a meter. I stepped backward 1 pace, careful to place heel against soft moss to avoid snapping anything. The creature mirrored, gliding as though joints absorbed every weight change. My peripheral vision warned of a large trunk near my left side. Beyond that trunk, darkness fell thicker. If I retreated there I might lose sight of its hands, a bad idea. So instead I angled right, toward a faint corridor of moonlight that pointed roughly toward camp. Camp meant other people, noise, maybe torches. Surely such a creature would avoid fire. The beast tracked my move, tilting its head to keep me centered. It snarled, mouth twisting into a letter I cannot type. The vibrations of that snarl shook loose droplets of saliva that glimmered as they fell. It flexed claws again and scraped the ground, maybe marking territory, maybe bracing to pounce. I realized that if it lunged I would never outrun it. The stride alone would cross 10 meters in one bound. Adrenaline screamed fight only if cornered and prey for miracle deer. A deer did appear, not the gentle nibblers from earlier but one adult hind propelled by primal fear. She burst from brush behind me, hooves pounding saturated soil, eyes wide enough to catch white moon glints. She paused fractionally between me and the creature, sniffed terror from our standoff, then bolted sideways into deeper thicket. The beast's ears flicked toward that motion. Hunger overrode curiosity. It flung itself onto all fours with a rolling grace like a great cat and shot after the hind. Branches whacked each other as predator crashed through undergrowth. The thunder of pursuit faded downslope. In that brief hush I heard my heart smashing against ribs. Breath returned in ragged stabs. I forced numb legs to pivot and run, this time toward camp. My boots slipped in slime. I caught myself on trunks. Twigs scraped cheeks. Behind me the woods began to hum again with cautious life, but I refused to trust that sound. I sprinted. Camp lights glowed faint through tarp walls when I burst into the clearing. Scouts huddled around dying embers telling last jokes before bed. My arrival startled them. They asked why I was soaked in sweat though the night stood cool, why leaf litter clung to my shirt, why my pupils looked like pinheads. I could not form a lie fast enough and certainly could not spill the truth. So I muttered about feeling ill, maybe heat exhaustion combined with nicotine, and ducked directly to my tent. Inside the nylon shell I lay flat, boots still on, fingers gripping the dull pocket knife because it was all I had. The forest outside resumed ordinary noises. An owl hooted, some insect scraped wings, distant sheep echoed from a neighboring farm. But every new rustle sent shockwaves through my limbs. I waited for the howl to return. It never did, yet sleep refused to come. From midnight until dawn I stared at the rip-stop fabric inches above my nose and replayed the scene frame by frame, each loop sharpening details. The oily sheen of its fur, the human almost intelligence in its eyes, the way it tasted the air before deciding to chase the deer instead of me. Did it spare me out of disinterest? Did it plan to circle later toward camp after finishing a fresh kill? Dawn's first birds convinced me no massacre had happened, otherwise their alarm would ring. The official schedule forced me upright at 7. The leaders saw my pallor, assumed a stomach bug, ordered me to rest while others packed gear for a day hike. I didn't argue. I sat alone in midday shade, twisting a twig until bark peeled away in fibrous ribbons, thinking of nothing but that creature. I promised myself I would never speak of it. Who would believe me? Yet part of me needed to confirm it wasn't hallucination born from nicotine and spooky stories. I paced to the leader's tent, claimed I left my lighter near the fallen log, and asked to retrieve it. They warned about getting lost, insisted I keep a whistle. I nodded obediently while brain screamed I should flee far from that log. When I reached the spot in daylight, bright sun exposed every branch. The ground where the beast had stood looked churned, claw marks gouged into mud like someone dragged steel rakes. The young beech held 5 gouges oozing sap. I pressed a finger into one groove. It swallowed the first joint easily. No animal native to Italy has that breadth between digits. My breath hitched. Proof existed, but not proof I could show authorities. They would call it vandalism, maybe blame a bored teenager with a garden tool. I backed away, scanning for prints of hooves and elongated heels. Rain had muddied any trace. I returned to camp, packed my kit early, and when the troop bus arrived next day, I volunteered to load luggage so I could board first and claim a seat near the driver. During the ride I kept ears tuned for whispers among the younger scouts. Maybe they saw something too, maybe they found the clawed tree. But chatter remained ordinary, bragging about who roasted marshmallows fastest, complaining about mosquitoes. Relief mingled with guilt for staying silent. If the creature lurked still, my silence meant future risk, yet if I told, adults might venture to prove me wrong and run into danger themselves. I decided memory alone was burden enough. Weeks passed. Nights returned to uneventful quiet. Yet each time clouds thinned to reveal a swollen moon, I lay awake hearing again that coil of woman-wolf scream. I looked up images on foreign websites, Algonquin Wendigo sketches, Minnesota newspaper clippings, blurry trail cam shots of shapes hunched among birches. None matched my memory exactly. Some had antlers, others skull faces. My beast had neither human skull nor deer rack. Its head was contiguous flesh, fur, cartilage. The only constant match were the eyes. Artists always colored them some impossible blue or yellow. I closed browser tabs, feeling both cheated and vindicated that no library pinned down what I saw. I stayed in Scouts long enough to finish the season, but when the autumn campout approached, I invented an ankle injury. My friends teased me for losing my taste for cold nights, but I let them tease. University applications demanded time. Part-time work at a gas station demanded late shifts. Girlfriend visits demanded train rides. The forest no longer demanded me. Nearly 2 years have passed. People who meet me now see an ordinary young adult, slightly behind on study deadlines, quick with a joke about Juventus midfield problems. None guess that I still reflexively skin tree leans each dusk. My phone sometimes shows me photos from July 2022, laughing Scouts smeared with tomato sauce, and a knot tightens under my sternum. I swipe away before memory pries deeper. Why write this now? Some nights the creature slips from nightmares into daydreams. I imagine hikers missing near the Basilicata border. I check regional news, nothing unusual, only occasional boar attacks. But I cannot guarantee silence means safety. If the Wendigo or whatever name suits it still stalks those woods, it picked an ecosystem full of easy prey, wildlife, sheep, lone smokers who wander away from campfire glow. Maybe it follows migrating deer south each summer. Maybe it sleeps in limestone caves until hunger gnaws. I do not know. I only know that sharing my encounter lifts a fraction of the weight. If another camper stumbles on claw marks and remembers this account, perhaps he will heed the warning, tighten his shoelaces, and walk back toward his friends before dusk completes its work. I also know that when your ears notice the world goes suddenly silent, obey that animal alarm. Quiet means someone bigger just entered the room. If you hear a howl that blends woman and wolf, treat it as a boundary, step away. And if you ever stand under a moon bright enough to silver every blade of grass, and you see eye shine that pins you to the soil, remember the deer. Do not run unless another target appears and lures the creature's hunger. Sometimes survival hinges on timing no strategy can guarantee. Most of all, do not speak the names of monsters with casual bravado, not even to taunt a friend. We think words are powerless shapes of air until the night proves otherwise. I spoke no ritual incantation that July evening, but perhaps months of joking about cryptids primed the darkness. Perhaps the world heard our skit about Lupinari and sent an older script in reply. I cannot undo that thread. I can only keep silent now, except for this confession on a screen, hoping the act of telling may close the door curiosity cracked open. Take whatever lesson you like, Scout discipline, smoker's caution, sober respect for folklore, but tuck it beside your lighter next time you wander among pines. The woods welcome wanderers, yet some clearings belong to older tenants. Know when to sit still. Know when to retreat. And under the July moon of southern Italy, if you hear the forest hold its breath, hold yours too, because something impossible may be listening just beyond the circle of your cigarette's faint glow. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I will try to retell everything exactly as it unfolded, but in clearer, smoother English. I will keep to one continuous story, the same incidents and timeline, spoken in an easy, straightforward voice. I will not break the tale with headings, lists, or decorative symbols. I will simply walk you through what happened, moment by moment, in plain paragraphs, letting the fear that grew inside me flow onto the page in the same order it crept over my heart that night. I have added a bit of sensory detail so the picture is vivid, but every event follows the same path as the original account you read above. From the first rustle in the trees to my final words on the highway, nothing important has been left out or shortened. This is exactly how those hours stretched and twisted inside my mind. The moon was full that night, but the canopy of late summer leaves swallowed most of its glow. Silver beams splintered the branches, fighting for every bit of ground, but the forest floor remained a quilt of darkness broken only by scattered pools of pale light. My boots made an uneven rhythm, scrunching through a carpet of dead oak leaves and snapping twigs whenever my heel landed on a brittle branch. Though I knew this block of woods as well as a man can know any place after a lifetime of hunting, the shadows pressed into me with the weight of secrecy, as if every trunk and every tangle of briars were part of a single mind that watched me from every direction at once. I was not lost. The old logging road lay behind me, and I could backtrack to the stand with no trouble. Still, something inside whispered that I was wandering outside the border of everything familiar, that I was looking for something I did not truly wish to find. Late that afternoon I had climbed into my stand expecting the same long wait every hunter accepts. The day had been hot and sticky, the kind of heat that hangs in the pine needles until after sunset. Hours passed with little action, an eager squirrel here, a crow scolding me from a high limb there. I was stretching the tightness out of my shoulders when a deer stepped from the tree line, tall, broad, a buck you brag about for years if you are lucky enough to claim him. The rack that floated above his head looked sculpted, every tine thick, each beam perfect. What troubled me, though I tried to ignore the feeling, was the calm. A veteran buck rarely walks straight into a clearing in late season and then stares up at a tree stand as if the hunter is no more threatening than wind. Yet that is exactly what he did. He did not sniff, did not twitch, did not stamp. His head swung slowly left, slowly right, and then stopped with both glossy black eyes pointing straight into mine. It was not the skittish look a prey animal gives when it cannot place a scent. It was the level gaze of a creature already aware of everything it needs to know. I raised the rifle because hunting is what I had set out to do, because the old rules my father and grandfather drilled into me said a man who hunts must be ready when the moment appears. My thumb clicked the safety. The crosshairs drifted onto the chest. A voice I did not quite recognize, half instinct, half warning, whispered inside my skull, "Do not pull the trigger." The words were as clear as if a partner in the stand had spoken aloud. I ignored them the first time, then the second. My cheek pressed against the stock. The deer never blinked. The forest around us dissolved into a tunnel of silence, as though every cricket and cicada had paused to listen. I thought, "Why won't he run?" Again the voice said, "Because you should not shoot this animal." Fear tightened across my shoulders, but training overruled that fear. I squeezed the trigger. The rifle cracked, hot powder stung my nose, and the slug landed in the sweet spot, a perfect shot between shoulder blades. A deer in that instant should either collapse or explode into a stiff-legged bound for the thickets. Instead the buck flicked his right ear, licked his nose once, turned his head to show me the exit wound, then walked back to the same shadow from which he had appeared and passed out of sight. I sat stunned, the barrel still hovering. I had never seen a creature react like that, and I pray I never will again. Dad's rule, however, is unbreakable: you wound it, you track it. I climbed down after convincing myself I must have imagined the odd behavior. At the kill site the blood puzzled me further. The night air had barely settled, yet the ground was marked by thick, tacky clots, darkened as if hours old. A normal trail shows bright drops that sparkle under a flashlight, but this stain looked ancient, already drying at the edges. The forest itself felt different, warmer in places, colder in others, streaks of swamp odor mingling with a rotten sweetness I could not name. Still I followed. Every few feet another splash convinced me the deer must be weakening, yet each patch looked older than the one before. Birds sang their routine chorus and an owl called once, but the atmosphere pressed on my mind as if I walked in the wrong decade. The bloodline ended at a tall white oak. It did not end by scattering thinner and thinner, it stopped, as if the animal had vanished in mid-stride. I lifted my light, aiming for sign on the bark or dirt. Something wet struck my forehead and rolled down between my eyes. My fingers came back red. I tilted the beam upward. Halfway up the trunk, a smear of blood glistened, the trail climbing in quarter-sized dots until it disappeared among the leaves, 10 yards above my head. Deer do not climb trees. Nothing I hunt climbs trees while it bleeds from a chest wound. I told myself maybe a bobcat or bear had dragged the carcass. But no broken limbs, no hair, no drag mark marred the trunk. The voice whispered again, "You should not be here." Instead of listening, I built camp at the foot of that oak because the sun had fully dropped, and stumbling through brush at midnight is a good way to break an ankle. I broke small branches for kindling, coaxed flames inside a teepee of sticks, and watched sparks spin into a sky almost empty of stars. The tent strained my nerves. Canvas walls can mute the world, but they cannot keep the world out. So I sat by the fire, rifle in my lap, boots planted, and told myself stories about every harmless sound. Chirp, that is a cricket. Thunk, that is a pine cone falling. Snap, that is a deer stepping on dead wood. Because wounded game sometimes circle back near the scent of a fire. Because it must be a real deer this time. Hours crawled. Night air cooled from muggy to chilly. Wind gathered in slow breaths, tugging smoke and thin streams across the clearing. Once I thought I heard heavy steps beyond the oak, but no eyeshine appeared, and I refused to waste battery on the flashlight. Dawn did not arrive soon enough. Gray fog thick as cotton draped every bush and stump when I finally stood. I stamped out embers, packed stove and bag, and slung the pack against my spine. That was when I saw the tracks. They encircled the cold ash like a wedding ring carved in the dirt. Twin crescent prints of whitetail leaves, each splayed deep, toe tips sharp. Hundreds overlapped, crowded so tight I could not place a boot between them. No entry path, no exit trail, nothing outside the circle at all. Either the deer I shot had returned in ghosts and danced while I drifted in near sleep, or something wearing a deer's feet had circled me in silence. I could not find fresh droppings, could not smell the musk bugs leave behind. The fog smothered even the birds. This wrongness pushed me past the edge of caution. I decided I would not wait for my buddy's scheduled rendezvous tomorrow. I would march to the rendezvous road early and sit there until daylight, until he arrived, until any vehicle rolling by could rescue me. The logging spur stretched southwest, a red ribbon of sand and clay pocked by puddles. I kept the rifle barrel angled down but ready, my thumb tracing the safety switch every few steps. Trees thinned as the hour passed. Sweat mixed with dew trickled under my collar. I thought about the stories Dad told at Thanksgiving, odd old mountain tales from his friend on Cherokee land, how some creatures wear the hide of deer or coyote but stand upright when the moon strikes. I wanted to laugh at myself, to call Dad and tease him for filling my skull with nonsense. But laughter does not come easy when the forest hushes to hear itself think. I had logged about 4 miles when thirst forced a water break. Knees bent, pack sliding, I opened my canteen. The liquid soothed my throat for 2 gulps before a stick snapped behind me. The snap was deliberate, crisp, a dry branch broken by weight. I whirled, rifle aligned, heart banging so loud my head rang. Dense green blur, no movement. I took 2 steps backward, flashlight still pocketed, weapon orbiting from shadow to shadow. Out of the ragged undergrowth rose a bush too tall for its species, its top brushed by beams of sunlight diffused through mist. Above it reached thick silhouettes, 3 points first, then 5, then the unmistakable shape of antlers. But wrong. These tines curved like saplings whipped in storm, not symmetrical like bone. The bush itself seemed to breathe. I fired. Thunder slapped the woods. The bush flinched neither left nor right. Its leafy front twitched, antlers dipped, and then everything vanished inside it, like water swallowing stone. No broken twigs, no running hooves. A second earlier the antlers had towered 6 feet above ground. Now only dew-slick leaves remained, trembling. I bolted. Brush tore at my sleeves, dug scratches along my wrist. Every bounding step sounded like another pair of feet behind me, but I dared not look. Flight through vines and roots draws blood, yet I felt nothing except the pound of survival. When the woods spat me out onto red clay, I skated sideways, knees giving, arms scrabbling for balance. I landed hard, rolled, came up on one elbow, rifle raised again, but the gap I burst through held nothing. No branches parted, no leaves rustled. Panic crawled down to trembling exhaustion. That clay-turned track led to an abandoned logging deck, stumps sprouting like broken teeth, piles of slash drying in the sun. I set up final camp because there were hours before the sun set, but I no longer trusted deep woods. I built the largest fire I ever dared, half hoping the smoke would signal any passing hunter. The clearing offered line of sight in every direction, though wind threatened the flames. The silence grew worse. Not one katydid chirped. Clouds stacked overhead, blotting stars, preparing to smother even this last island of light. Near midnight, wind nearly kicked the fire to ash. I crouched to nurse coals when motion drifted from the far edge of vision, slow, deliberate, more silhouette than body. My first thought was my buddy arriving early, but the stride was wrong, weight balanced oddly, head too tall. Up close, yellow firelight revealed the abomination, legs reverse-jointed like a giant hare, torso covered in ragged fur slicked against gray skin, arms longer than human arms by a third, each ending in 5 claws. What I thought were tentacles over its shoulders were antlers sprouting into twisting fingers, bending in unnatural curves. Worst were the eyes, one orb above the other, both milk pale, both unblinking. I lifted the rifle and aimed. Sky cracked. Rain burst so sudden and violent the fire died in seconds. Darkness fell like a lid. I squeezed the trigger anyway. Flash illuminated only sheets of water. Thunder inside the barrel deafened me. Pain hit my wrist where recoil slammed metal against tendon. Muzzle flare had shown nothing in its cone. I scrambled for the flashlight, found cool plastic, clicked. The beam sliced water but revealed emptiness, then fur brushed my elbow. Another blind shot. Gun ripped out of my numb fingers. I ran, packs forgotten, sense of direction gone. Down trunks tripped me. Mud swallowed my ankles. Rain drove needles into my eyes. Still I ran until I crashed through blackberry vines onto asphalt. Tires hissed in distance. Light crept under clouds, dawn coming. I stumbled along the shoulder, wiping blood and rain from my face, repeating inside my head that pavement meant safety. A horn sounded behind me. My friend's pickup. He leaned out. "Hey! What the heck happened to you?" Shirt plastered, arms smeared, rifle absent. I could not explain weeks of folklore in a sentence. I stared at him, throat raw, mind listing only one truth amid impossible details. So I spoke the absurd confession that still hangs between my lungs. I shot a deer. I never expected a simple drive through the back roads of southern Oregon to become the longest and most unsettling night of my life. My girlfriend and I had spent the day with her parents, and by the time we buckled up to leave, the sky was already painted in that dusky blue that sits between daylight and darkness. The highway home would have taken us roughly an hour and a half, even with the late evening traffic. It should have been ordinary, familiar music on low volume, small talk about family gossip, maybe a coffee stop for the last stretch. Halfway through the ride, we pulled off at a gas station to fill up and stretch our legs. While I pumped the fuel, my phone buzzed in my pocket, a call from my mother. She worried about us traveling so late and suggested a shortcut she knew well, a Forest Service road that would shave 40, maybe 45 minutes from the rest of our drive. I grew up around here and knew many back roads like the palms of my own hands, so her suggestion didn't feel risky. I thanked her, ended the call, and told my girlfriend about the faster route. At first the shortcut felt like any other quiet road after sunset, the kind where your headlights press into a wall of trees and the world narrows to a tunnel of pavement. A mile or two in, we dropped our windows and let the cool pine-scented air wash away the stale smell of coffee cups collected in the console. We still had music playing, a playlist of old rock songs, and every so often we teased each other about which parent was more likely to call again just to double-check that we were all right. The change was so gradual at first that the windshield offered no clue. It crept into the car like cold breath. the feeling that our voices were too loud for the surroundings, that even a casual laugh sounded out of place. Trees clustered tighter, their branches knitting across the road to blot out any leftover sliver of sunset. Within minutes, the familiar dimness of forest twilight turned into a thicker darkness, one that swallowed the last hints of blue from the sky. I flicked on the high beams, yet the light seemed to stop only a dozen car lengths ahead, as if absorbed by a curtain. When you've spent enough time in wild places, you notice how forests possess moods, sometimes welcoming, sometimes indifferent, sometimes unmistakably hostile. I felt the third. My skin tingled, my lungs drew shorter breaths, and a weight pressed behind my sternum as if an invisible hand reached through the windshield and warned me to be quiet. My girlfriend felt it too. All at once she laid her hand on my forearm. Her palm was damp with sweat. The gesture said more than words. Something wrong, don't joke now. I lowered the volume. Still, the moment those notes faded, silence didn't rush in to fill their place. Instead, it was as though the silence had always been there, thick and waiting, and the music had merely lain on top of it like a thin blanket. I glanced at the rearview mirror. There was nothing but darkness behind us, a darkness so complete I couldn't tell where the road we had just driven joined the world outside the back glass. No headlights from other travelers, no distant porch lights slipping between tree trunks. Nothing. My fingers left the wheel for a second and drifted to the pocket of the driver's side door where I kept a folding knife. I didn't draw it. I simply needed to feel its weight and know that, if some animal or stranger stepped from the trees, I would not meet it empty-handed. Rationally, I understood that a 4-inch blade against whatever lived in thousand-acre timber was a poor match, but there is comfort in old habits. The instinct was older than my time in the military, older than the frontier history in my blood. That instinct told me the forest had noticed our presence and judged us unwelcome. We continued deeper. The odometer said only 3 minutes had passed since the highway exit, yet time had stretched. Even the map display on the dashboard seemed reluctant to refresh our progress. Wind coursed through the cabin, but the night air felt stale, as if it had lost its oxygen somewhere among those thick trunks. Then came the first evidence that we were not alone. Behind us 2 points of light flashed into existence, bright as any car's headlights. They had not approached from behind a bend or risen over a distant hill. One moment the road was empty, and the next those twin circles burned less than 100 feet back. The beams were white, steady, no flicker, yet they revealed nothing of the vehicle attached to them. I could not see the silhouette of a hood, the glint of chrome, or the shine of a windshield. Just hard light, like twin eyes, and a void between. I swallowed and kept my gaze forward. My girlfriend had tightened her grip on my arm, but she made no sound. I managed a whisper. Eyes front. Don't look at it again. The words felt planted in my mouth by someone else. Perhaps by every ancestor who ever crept by a cave they knew held something best left sleeping. In the rear view I watched only enough to confirm that the lights maintained distance, either falling back nor gaining, never brightening nor dimming, never shifting as a normal driver would to avoid the glare of our mirrors. They simply hovered. The next 15 minutes, or maybe it was 5, the clocks had lost meaning, became a tunnel inside a tunnel, one of darkness carved by the lights ahead and the second of tension pressing from within the car. Every turn we made, the lights matched our wheel. Every slow corner where we tilted toward the ditch, they followed the same arc without widening or narrowing their gap. I tried rational ideas. Maybe some off-road buggy whose low profile hid the hood. Maybe a pair of bikers riding side by side with oddly bright LEDs. Maybe, absurdly, one of our parents following to be sure we stayed safe until the county highway. Each thought unraveled the moment it formed. Parents don't materialize from nowhere. Bikers don't produce beams that strong and unwavering. No buggy cruises a washboard forest road at exactly 60 miles per hour without jouncing. We turned again, a sharper angle that threaded between thicker trunks. Here the forest floor had suffered windfall, several saplings lay cracked, and bigger trees hunched with fresh splits at their crowns. Something stronger than wind had visited not long before, the kind of force that bends living wood like straw. I eased up, weaving left and right around limbs strewn across the gravel. The headlights behind did not falter or swerve. They mimicked every subtle zig I made. Soon we reached the worst blockade yet. A pair of mid-sized firs broken and toppled almost across the full width. Their crowns tangled, leaving just enough room for a passenger car to squeeze through if the driver dared. My girlfriend gasped. I had slowed to a crawl, bumper inches from dark needles. I leaned out the window, checked the passenger side, memorized the curve, then rolled forward until bark scraped faintly against the paint. Throughout this maneuver the lights behind us never swung sideways. They dimmed behind the tangle then burst bright again in the mirror as we cleared. Yet still no engine hum reached my ears, no crunch of tires on gravel. Only silence and those glowing orbs. The road continued. The forest pressed closer, branches clawing the roof. Few places on earth feel as ancient as Pacific Northwest timber late at night, moss drooping from boughs, cedar trunks so wide they could swallow the bones of giants, ferns that rustle even when wind sleeps. Inside that living cathedral the twin headlights were sacrilege, 2 holes torn in a round never meant for mechanical intrusions. We came to a slope. I felt the engine labor. Rain-polished stones rattled beneath the tires. The lights crept higher in the rearview, evidence that the mysterious follower climbed too. My knuckles whitened around the wheel. I wanted speed, yet I feared sliding on the slick rock. Halfway up the grade I braved a longer glimpse in the mirror and realized a new horror. The lights floated higher than any sedan's headlamps. Higher even than a lifted pickup's. They hovered perhaps 8 feet above the ground. My stomach flipped. There was no vehicle. Those were not headlights. They were eyes. Bile surged into my throat. My girlfriend moaned a question, but I could not shape the answer. How do you convey that the rules of nature had just slipped? I pressed the accelerator until the tires threw stones down the slope. The crest appeared, a ragged gap where a storm years ago had ripped out 100-year fir. The road leveled. On the other side the visor-mounted map showed our left turn only half a mile farther. If we made that turn, we would leave the service road and rejoin a state-maintained track where houses dotted the shoulder every few miles, where porch lights and satellite dishes and human sounds returned to the world. The car shuddered as it fought for traction, but the engine endured. We tore around the final bend. Gravel became cracked asphalt. Mailboxes sprang from ditches like pale sentries. A single porch lamp glowed ahead, haloed by mist. I risked rechecking the mirror. Empty. I let off the gas. The engine fell to a hum. Sweat chilled on my brow, yet the weight inside my chest now felt half its former heft. Behind us the forest road became nothing more than a black, branch-lined throat swallowing its secrets. I parked under the porch light. The house belonged to no one I knew. It was simply the first beacon of civilization. We killed the engine, but neither of us stepped out. We needed to believe nothing followed us onto the shoulder. Streetlight buzz and distant dog bark seeped into the cracked windows. Still we waited until my breathing matched hers, steady if shallow. We started for home again, steering the last half hour in silence. No talk of ancestors, no comfort in the flick of radio buttons. When our driveway finally appeared, I feared our own woods might rise to ambush us, but the dark silhouettes of familiar oaks were simply trees, nothing more. Inside we lay awake until dawn, listening to the wind press against siding, convinced each gust carried a memory of that thing's unseen footsteps. Morning could have erased the terror if the nightmares had not taken its place. Each dream was the same. I stood in the back road again, and the darkness around me was alive. It never spoke but radiated disdain. Each time I woke I found the same damp sheet clutched in my fists, and the same whisper in my skull, never return. Months have passed. I refuse to travel that shortcut no matter how late the hour or how full the main highway grows with holiday traffic. When family asks, I blame potholes or fallen logs. I half believe the convenient lie myself, until memory flashes, and I see eyes in the mirror where no car could fit. There are places humans can pave, survey, and name, yet they will never truly conquer. Some ancient forms tolerate us, some ignore us, and some resent every tire track across their soil. The night my girlfriend and I met those twin orbs in the Oregon woods, I learned how thin the line is between ordinary darkness and a darkness that thinks. If the forest ever decides to let us know our asphalt scars have overstayed their welcome, it may not roar or chase. It may simply watch, unblinking, until our own pulse drums fear loud enough for us to hear the message, leave. If you find yourself on a road where every instinct tells you to turn around, honor the dread. It is older than reason. It remembers lessons our mouths have forgotten how to speak. I first met Jenna in the late 1990s, back when life seemed simpler. No constant swipe of social media feeds, no midnight dings from work emails, and no camera phone in every hand waiting to capture the unexpected. She was 20 then, just a little younger than I was, and she carried herself with a sweetness so genuine it felt old-fashioned. She was one of those people who smiled first and questioned later, who sent actual handwritten cards on birthdays, and who knew the bakery lady's name after a single visit. Her honesty was disarming. If she tried to bend the truth, even an innocent white lie, you could see the wheels turning in her head and the flush creeping up her neck. She lacked the talent for deception, which was part of why people trusted her so easily, and why I trusted her completely. By the time she told me the story I am about to share, we had been dating several years. I had learned her habits, her quirks, and the little signs that showed when she was happy, nervous, or puzzled. I had also learned she had no appetite for ghost tales or horror movies. She was the kind to cover her eyes during tense scenes, or to laugh awkwardly if a friend tried to frighten her at a campfire. Yet despite that skittish streak, she never showed any sign of flights of fancy. She did not hallucinate, did not spin elaborate myths, and did not enjoy exaggeration in the name of a good story. That is why, when she sat beside me one evening and recounted what had happened at her aunt's apartment, I listened. I listened with every nerve humming, because I knew she could not, repeat such a tale unless she had felt it, seen it, lived it. We were living in Central California's San Joaquin Valley in those days. Flat farm country, endless almond groves, and summer days so hot the asphalt wavered like water. People joke that the valley is nothing but dust and tractors, but there is a rhythm to it, a hum that city dwellers miss. Small towns sprawl along Highway 99, and everyone knows at least half the local families by name. Jenna's extended family lived scattered around the valley, and she spent many weekends dropping by unannounced, carrying leftovers or borrowed DVDs, comfortable as if every relative's place were her own spare bedroom. Most of her kin kept extra keys for her drives, tiny metal passes that said home even when addresses differed. Her Aunt Marie was no exception, a hard-working single mom renting the top-floor unit of a two-story apartment block on the less polished side of town. Marie's daughter, Stacy, was Jenna's near twin in age and temperament, and the two cousins shared secrets the way other girls share shoes. They were thick as thieves from preschool onward. If one was drowning in coursework or heartbreak, the other arrived with fast food and an overnight bag, no warning needed. So on the afternoon everything turned sideways, Jenna saw no need to text or call. She simply climbed into her aging sedan and headed for Marie and Stacy's place, guided by muscle memory and sunshine. Those apartments were built in the 1970s, square boxes of beige stucco and squeaky staircases. Each unit faced the street, with a wrought iron breezeway running the length of the second floor. Tenant parking sat in the back, out of sight from the road, which meant visitors often left their vehicles on a dusty patch near the curb. No balconies, no back doors, just one entrance per unit, and a single living room window looking onto traffic. The neighborhood had its rough edges, so Marie habitually kept her door locked. But Jenna, key in pocket, had come and gone 100 times. She could picture the layout blindfolded. You stepped inside, living room to the right, a compact kitchen tucked to the left, then a short hallway leading to the bathroom and 2 bedrooms. Light spilled mainly from the front window. The rear walls had none. That day the sun was low but still bright, painting everything gold. Jenna parked out front, grabbed her purse, and bounded up the wooden stairs. At Marie's door she turned the knob out of habit. It was locked, as expected, so she slid her spare key into the latch and let herself in. She called a cheerful greeting. "Hey, Auntie! Stace? It's just me." Silence. Maybe they were both at the grocery store or napping. She peeked left into the empty kitchen, then stepped toward the hall. "Aunt Marie?" Still nothing. Jenna admits now that she felt only mild surprise then. Unanswered hellos weren't unusual if her aunt had left music playing in her earbuds, or if Stacy was blow-drying her hair. So Jenna walked the hallway routine. First right, Aunt Marie's door ajar, room vacant. Second right, Stacy's door partly closed yet the lights switch on. Curiosity outweighed courtesy. Jenna nudged the door wider. Stacy sat on the mattress edge. Her back faced the door, shoulders square, arms limp at her sides. Brown hair spilled down a familiar t-shirt, but something about her posture struck Jenna as frozen. Stiff. Jenna attempted a joke. "Earth to Stacy, you alive?" No reaction. Not even a flinch. Jenna's scalp prickled, an instinct older than language raising warning flags. Something's off. She took one cautious step onto the carpet, and then voices floated from the front door, shopping bags rustling, cheerful banter. It was Marie, unmistakable pitch, laughing about sale prices. Stacy's voice chimed back, casual, alive, completely unaware of any visitor. Jenna's mind buckled. How could Stacy be in the kitchen when she was right here on the bed? Time slowed. Her pulse thundered. She turned to shout, but words knotted inside her throat. When she faced the bed again, the seated figure twisted its head, not shoulders, not torso, only the head, rotating farther than bones allow. Where Jenna expected her cousin's bright eyes and teasing smirk, she found absence. Imagine gray clay molded roughly into human features yet missing the warmth of skin. Cheeks sunken, lips thin to a mere slit, eyes cavernous and glossy like wet ash. Those eyes locked onto Jenna, expressionless but aware, as if cataloging her every molecule. Jenna's scream ripped loose, primal, reflexive. She spun, sprinted. The hallway seemed a mile long, her shoes slapping linoleum, her lungs forgetting oxygen. She burst into the kitchen where real Stacy froze mid-unpacking, cereal box in hand. "Auntie, there's someone in your room." She could hardly string syllables. "It looks like you but not." Marie, seasoned by single-parent grit, marched down the hallway with house keys still dangling. Stacy followed. Jenna trailed, heart hammering so violently she thought neighbors must hear it. Yet when they reached the bedroom, the mattress was smooth save for a faint depression that slowly rose as foam regained shape. No gray figure, no doppelganger. Just stale air and one humming ceiling bulb. They searched the apartment from tile to drywall, closets, bathroom, under beds, behind the sofa. Every window locked steady, every hinge intact. No crawlspace access, no attic hatch, no outside staircase. A single door, and Jenna had never let it out of her sight. Logic gasped for traction but found none. Marie suggested maybe Jenna had seen morning light illusions, maybe fatigue after a long work shift. Stacy half-joked it might be a leftover teen pranks vibe. Jenna said nothing further. Tears trembled in her lashes, dread snared in her chest. That evening she returned to my place pale and quiet. We sat on the couch. She recounted each moment with the precision of someone replaying horrors frame by frame. I studied her, no twitch of exaggeration, no smirk of mischief, only trembling sincerity. I pressed for any detail that might anchor the event to ordinary explanation. Was the door unlocked earlier? Could a neighbor have slipped inside? Every angle unraveled. Her aunt and cousin had been at the supermarket together. Receipts later verified their time away. They swore the lights were all off when they left, yet Stacy's bulb had glowed when Jenna found her duplicate. Days passed. Jenna refused to revisit the apartment. Marie and Stacy moved 2 months later after repeated episodes of misplaced keys, objects sliding overnight, and cold spots clinging to the hallway. They chalked it up to old wiring and landlord neglect, but I suspect the earlier incidents seeded quiet terror. Years have drifted by like tumbleweeds across valley farms. Jenna and I parted amicably, our lives branching into separate stories. but her account remains lodged in my psyche, resurfacing whenever dusk settles over lonely buildings, or when I catch a mirror's reflection and wonder if something peerless stares back. I often retell Jenna's experience, careful to keep it true, no garnish needed. Listeners shift uncomfortably, eyes darting toward unlit corners, because the unnerving piece is not gore or growl but the simple affront to reality. A human form occupying space it should not, wearing a familiar shape like borrowed clothing, vanishing without exit. It is the bare possibility that some forces resent our certainty, forces that slip beneath doors not built to contain them. Now, at 47, I analyze memory with the skepticism middle age brings. Could stress fabricate entire hallucinations? Perhaps, yet I have seen battle-hardened Marines freeze under less fright. Could an intruder in makeup stage a cruel prank? Doors locked, windows sealed, no staircase. So I file Jenna's story among mysteries that stand untouched by reason, like desert stones too heavy to lift. I remember her voice quivering when she described that ash-gray face turning with impossible bend. I remember the reflection in its dead eyes, her reflection, and I imagine the thing seeing not just her shape but her fear, tasting it. Most nights life rolls on, bills, birthdays, brake pad replacements. But some nights, when the wind rattles old siding or an empty hallway sighs, I feel that same slow dread Jenna must have felt, and I keep walking, keep lights on, keep the door in sight. Because sometimes I think the worst monsters do not stalk from thick forests or abandoned asylums. Sometimes they sit politely on a cousin's bed, waiting for us to notice something is terribly, terribly wrong. I was born in the piney southern half of Mississippi, a place where most roads are still two narrow lanes and every family keeps a fish fry set in the carport for Friday nights. My grandfather used to say you could cross the whole state with a sack of catfish, a beaten guitar, and a smile, and you would never go hungry because somebody would offer you firewood, somebody else would lend you a skillet, and somebody down the line would want to hear a blues song in exchange for a place to sleep. I grew up believing him. I learned early that the people here are generous, that the soil is red with iron, and that the summer air is thick enough to chew. Our marshes are full of cypress knees and baby alligators, and the fields are lined with loblolly pines that whisper when the wind turns warm before a storm. From the edge of the delta down to the barrier island beaches, it is a beautiful place, except for the wild hogs. Anyone who has ever owned farmland down here has a hog story. Feral pigs ruin winter wheat overnight, root through watermelon patches, and tear holes in levees so the back 40 floods in a single hard rain. They break fences, spook horses, and spread bacteria that make a cow miscarry. They multiply fast, 2 litters a year, a dozen piglets each. I have trapped them since I was old enough to drive, first with wooden box traps that my father built and later with corral traps that I bought after a stretch on the oil rigs gave me a little money. I am not ashamed to say I am proud of my setup. The gate is a remote drop borebuster mounted on 3 steel posts, ringed by hog panels that stand chest high on a grown man. I tie a motion-activated camera to a sweet gum sapling 20 feet away. When the pigs wander in, the camera sends a picture to my phone. When I see they are all inside, I hit a button, the panels fall, and the whole sounder is caught. I usually go out at sunrise, dispatch the hogs with a .22 rifle, dress the meat that looks healthy, and drag the diseased carcasses to a buzzard pile out past the persimmon trees. It is hard work, but farmers pay well, and I like knowing that every hog I remove is one less tearing up somebody's pasture. My land, about 40 acres outside the little town of Purvis, is mostly second-growth pine with a few hardwood hammocks where the ground stays damp. A sandy creek cuts the northwest corner, and on the highest rise I built a cinder-block cabin with a tin roof, a porch swing, and a single bedroom that smells of gun oil and cypress lumber. When my story began, late one July night in the middle of a heat wave, I was sitting at the pine table inside that cabin, eating a plate of fried bologna and store-bought potato salad under a buzzing ceiling fan. Crickets screamed outside. Bullfrogs boomed down by the pond. Lightning flickered far away behind the clouds where a coastal storm was brewing. My phone lay on the table beside my plate, screen dark until it lit with the sharp chime of a notification. the message read. Trap cam motion detected. I wiped my hands, tapped the thumbnail image, and saw a blurry photograph of my corral trap. 13 feral hogs, 2 big sows and their shotes, nosed through the corn I had scattered that morning. They filled the pen neatly. No stragglers loitered out front. Perfect, I thought, and swiped to drop the gate. On the live feed that followed, I watched the panel slam into the sand and bounce upright, locking every animal inside. The sounder erupted in squeals, the sows spinning, the piglets weaving underfoot. I grinned, another job well done, and leaned back in my chair. My plan was simple: finish supper, clean my fork, carry my .22 and a 5-gallon bucket of water to the trap at first light, end the hogs quickly, and haul them to the cleaning shed by mid-morning. That way the carcasses would not bloat in the sun, and I could be home by lunch. But before I fetched my toothbrush and crawled into the bunk, my phone chimed a second time. Another motion alert, less than 10 minutes after the first. At that hour, closing on 11, no deer or coyote should have dared approach. The gate was down. The pen should have been sealed, empty of interest to anything except maybe the odd raccoons sniffing the spilled corn. Curious, I tapped the image. What I saw froze me so completely that the sweat on my collarbone turned cold. The camera showed the same pen beneath the same starless sky, but the hogs were no longer squealing. They were jammed against the farthest panel, silent, some climbing onto the backs of others, eyes round with terror. Their bodies blocked most of the view, but behind them, in the shadows between 2 loblollies, something was crouched. At first I thought it was a black bear, because of the bulk and the dark pelt, but the shoulders were wrong, too tall, too narrow, rising like a man's above arms that looked too long for a bear. The head was coyote-shaped, the snout narrow, the ears pointed. Its eyes glowed faintly green. It shifted, and I noticed the hands, yes, hands, not paws, pressing into the sandy soil. The fingers were thick, tipped with claws as white as catfish bellies. I stared without breathing as it rose slowly onto hind legs. Even slouched, it towered above the 5-foot wall. There is a moment some hunters call the hollow instant, when every sound drains from the world and the only thing you feel is your pulse thumping in your throat. I sat in my cabin and felt that hollow widen, felt it swallow the hum of the fan, the chirp of night insects, the distant rumble of thunder. On screen the creature stepped over the wall like a man stepping across a puddle. Inside, the sows screamed and the piglets scattered. I tasted metal on my tongue. I had seen coyotes tear piglets before, seen feral dogs drag down a wounded sow, but nothing prepared me for the 3 seconds that followed. The thing moved like wind-whipped ash. One swipe knocked a full-grown sow into the panel so hard the metal rang. Another swoop of those claws split hide, muscle, bone. It bit the throat of a shote, shook once, flung it aside, plunged a hand into the flank of another. The pen became a whirlpool of blood and sand. Then, just as quickly, silence. The creature straightened again, shoulders heaving, fur slicked crimson. It stooped, hooked what remained of a sow over one shoulder, gripped the second in its teeth, clamped a juvenile under the opposite arm, and leaped the wall. Its knees folded like a wolf's, and it vanished into the timber. I could not decide whether to vomit or pray. My skin crawled, my teeth ached from clenching. I was no stranger to kill sights. Hunting hogs means elbows deep in guts. But the ferocity of that slaughter rattled something buried in the back of my mind, some echo of childhood fairy tales about monsters hiding behind the line of cedars. Sitting at my own table with a half-empty tea glass, I felt as exposed as if the thing had turned its glowing eyes through the camera lens and seen me. I locked the doors, slid the deadbolt, and retreated to the couch with my SIG P229 grip so tight my knuckles burned. I tried the television for noise, but every channel hissed static. So I waited, sleepless, until dawn reddened the eastern sky. When the trees grew gray and the cardinals began their first whistles, I forced myself to load the Polaris and drive toward the trap. I took my AR-15, chambered and safety off. The dew was heavy, spider webs jeweled along the grass, but around the pen the ground was churned black with blood. I cut the engine 50 yards out and listened. No wind, no crows. Nothing but the slow drip of blood from the feeder now toppled on its side. I advanced step by step, barrel up, finger on the trigger. A sickly smell, halfway between wet dog and gut pile, hung in the air. Inside the pen lay pieces, no whole bodies, only hunks of flesh, a hoof here, a spine there, red and rotting already in the heat. Steam rose. Flies clustered. I swallowed hard, raised the panels with shaking hands, and backed away, senses screaming that the creature was watching from the shadow line. The rest of July passed without incident, but the thought of those claws haunted my sleep. Each time the camera pinged, I flinched. I set extra steel traps along the ridges, not to catch the beast, steel that small would never hold it, but to warn me if anything crossed the game trails near the feeder. August arrived stifling hot, the kind of humidity that fogs truck windows before sunrise, and the forest fell into its late summer hush. Yet I could not relax. I carried the SIG everywhere, to the fuel shed, to the outhouse, even to the porch where I drank coffee before the light bled through the trees. Friends laughed, called me jumpy. I laughed back and said nothing. Then came the last week of August, when the heat broke just enough for the squirrels to start burying pecans. I filled the corn spinner behind my pond and set a trail camera on a nearby sweet bay. The plan was to inventory deer before archery season. 2 afternoons later, an hour before dark, I slipped into a ladder stand 30 yards off the feeder, hoping to watch from above. I carried only my sidearm. The rifle I left leaning in the Polaris below, because the feeder area felt safe. I remember thinking the corn spread looked like gold dust in the slanting light. For half an hour I listened to cicadas chatter and woodpeckers hammer. Then the spinner whirred, corn rattled against the barrel, and almost immediately 5 hogs trotted from the myrtle thicket, 1 lanky sow and 4 shotes the size of shepherd dogs. I sighed, annoyed. No deer would show with hogs present, but at least I had targets for the .22 tomorrow. I unholstered the SIG, in case the opportunity came, and settled to watch. The hogs grunted and rooted, their coarse hair glinting copper. Maybe 10 minutes passed. I remember shifting my weight, debating whether to climb down for the rifle. Then the feeder rocked. Not tipped, hurled, as if struck by a wrecking ball. 1 second it stood upright, the next it crashed sideways, corn exploding in a cloud. The hogs squealed, bolting. A black blur, immense, silent, flashed from the trees. It seized the biggest shote mid-stride, slammed it into the earth, whirled, and swiped at the sow. Metal crumpled where claws hit the feeder leg. My breath stopped. I saw the creature's back, thick from matted like damp moss, shoulders roped with muscle, and then it turned its head. Those same green eyes, bright even in daylight, locked onto the stand. I went colder than river water in January. My right hand floated the pistol up, index inside the guard, pressure building on the trigger, but some primitive voice shouted, "Not yet, don't move." The creature sniffed, snout wrinkling, and for one heart-stopping moment I thought it would spring upward. Instead it scooped the shote, wheeled, and vanished between 2 pines, moving so fast the branches barely quivered. Leaves drifted down. Silence flooded in. I stayed frozen long after the cicadas resumed. Only when dusk spread purple across the sky did I dare climb down. My knees rattled against each ladder rung. I retrieved the rifle, flicked the safety, and turned in a slow circle, scanning every shadow. No smells, no tracks. Just the feeder lying bent where the creature had hit it. My breath came shallow, and I realized my shirt clung to my skin with sweat. I backed to the Polaris, engine running before I was fully seated, and tore down the sandy lane toward the cabin. That night I bolted the door, locked the SIG on my belt until sunrise, and lay in the bunk counting heartbeats. Since that evening a full year has passed. I continue to trap hogs. The farmers still need help. But I approach every pen with caution. I check the tree lines for shapes that might be a stump or might be something else. Deer season came and went. I sat in stands only at dawn in clear-cut areas, never again near thick cover, and when I walked out, I kept my rifle trained low but ready. I have not caught the creature on camera again, though more than once I found a trap sprung and emptied, prints wiped clean, ground splattered red. Sometimes at night, lying in the cabin with the fan creaking overhead, I swear I hear heavy feet padding through the pine straw, circling, testing windows. The crickets fall silent then, just long enough for me to remember the sound a sow makes when a claw sinks behind her ear. People ask why I stay. I could sell the land, move to town, let the hogs run wild. But this is my home, the soil my grandfather plowed, the creek where I caught my first bream. I tell myself the creature roams a territory vast and old, that if I respect the shadows it may leave me be. Yet I carry that memory the way a scar carries ache before rain, a reminder scrawled into marrow that some things walk these woods older than legend, stronger than steel fences, and hungrier than any hog. When the moon climbs high and thunder growls beyond the trees, I sit on the porch swing, rifle across my knees, and listen. If the night stays full of frogs and katydids, I breathe easy. But if the chorus stops, if the air goes hollow and the pines stand deathly still, I grip the stock tight, because I know the silence that follows is not emptiness. It is breath drawn in the dark, waiting, measuring, deciding whether to step from shadow into moonlight once more. I am going to tell the whole story exactly as it happened, stretching every second of the night across the page so that no moment is left out, and nothing is lost in the gaps between one memory and the next. A great deal of what follows might sound like the breathless rambling of someone who has just woken from a nightmare, but I promise that every image and every sensation has been with me from that January night until now. I do not think I will ever be able to forget the feeling of cold stone in Edinburgh, or the odor of moss that drifted down from Calton Hill when the wind paused, or the sound my own pulse made in my ears while I stood half convinced that some ancient thing in hooves or in boots was waiting inside the darkness only a few strides away. I am writing all of it, line after line, because I want to keep it fixed on the page before details fade or merge with what I have imagined in the weeks afterward, and because, if I have learned anything from that night, it is that hesitation can fold a perfectly ordinary holiday into something dangerous in a matter of seconds. I have traveled before and I have traveled after, but the winter trip that took us from New York to London and then north to Scotland remains different from every other journey. At the time the plan felt romantic, almost cinematic. Celebrate Christmas on the streets of Manhattan, watch the skaters circling in Rockefeller Plaza, drink hot chocolate under the Art Deco angels strung with lights, then step onto a transatlantic flight and arrive in London in time for the countdown to New Year's Eve. My boyfriend, who has always been interested in old battlegrounds, ruined strongholds, grey stone wrapped in ivy, and the particular mixture of mist and legend that clings to the Scottish lowlands, argued gently but firmly that we must travel north before we flew home. If we are crossing the ocean anyway, he insisted while we sat in a cafe near Penn Station, we deserve at least 2 or 3 days of castles and cold air. It is practically on the way. His logic was slightly faulty. Edinburgh is not exactly on the way from London to JFK, but I agreed because the gleam in his eyes made me understand that it would mean the world to him, and because I had always wanted to hear bagpipes in the narrow closes of the old town, see the basalt crown of Arthur's Seat under winter sky, and stand beside the Forth bridges while trains disappeared toward the Highlands. We promised ourselves we would do everything with care. We would read the rail timetables twice. We would keep a margin of safety in the calendar. Of course, life snickers whenever it hears people declare how carefully they intend to control events. We created an itinerary without noticing how tightly each night pressed against the next, and we told ourselves that highlights were more important than ordinary rest. Our families waved goodbye to us from the curb at JFK Terminal 4 while steam from an airport vent curled like dragon breath across the taxi lane. We spent the red-eye flight half asleep and half awake in that peculiar claustrophobic twilight of an airliner cabin where the carts rattle by every 30 minutes, and the seatbelt sign flickers and dozes in a rhythm that prevents true rest. We landed at Heathrow, collected bags that seemed heavier than when we had packed them, and boarded an express train into a city that smelled of diesel, wet asphalt, roasted chestnuts, coffee, and fireworks waiting in December boxes. 4 days in London vanished in a whirl of markets, a Jack the Ripper walking tour, mulled wine, second-hand bookshops, St. Paul's at evensong, the Thames under strings of LED snowflakes, and a crush of strangers counting down the last seconds of the old year outside the Houses of Parliament. We surrendered to the crowd's roar at the stroke of midnight, kissed, and promised each other that 24 hours later we would be in Edinburgh. The first sign that our schedule was starting to fray came when our rail departure north was cancelled because of a freight train derailment south of York. We stood with 100 other confused travelers under the great black steel canopy of King's Cross reading the orange scrawl across the departure board. There would be a replacement service in 2 hours, the station staff said, then 3, then possibly more. The replacement coach did come eventually, and we endured 6 slow hours of motorway, half of them thick with traffic diverted from the East Coast main line. By the time we rolled into the bus bays behind Waverley Station, the sky had already darkened, but the warmth of Edinburgh's night and the glow of Prince's Street still felt friendly. We stumbled toward the first B&B on our list, but our late arrival collided with Scottish punctuality. The inn's owner apologized and explained that our deposit had been returned because a local rugby match and the tail end of Hogmanay had filled every room to capacity. Our phones buzzed with alerts from the other 2 places we had shortlisted, both variations on the same theme: no vacancy. Each message ended with a kind apology, safe travels, but none had space. We told ourselves not to worry. Edinburgh was big, we were strong, we could improvise. We lugged the suitcases down Cockburn Street, watched crowds surge around bars in the old town, tried 3 modest hotels and watched lights flicker red above every reception desk. Our exhaustion followed us like a stray collie. At 11:30, a kind couple we met outside a pub asked whether we were all right and offered to let us sleep on a spare mattress. Their accent seemed local. They looked well-intentioned. Another part of my mind whispered caution, headlines about trusting strangers on stomachs full of cider. We thanked them and wished them a good evening. A third or fourth search suggested that the all-night bus station might let weary travelers sit inside against the cold until morning. That was the moment we should have opened a map, found a chain hotel at the edge of the airport, hailed a taxi for £20, and swallowed the misalignment of our budget. Instead we said, "We are almost there, it will be fine," and kept walking. Inside the modern steel and glass bus terminal we found rows of lockers big enough to hold our 2 colossal suitcases. We stuffed them inside, fed pound coins into the mechanism, and felt a brief wave of liberation. We could nap on benches. We could take turns closing our eyes. Except that 5 minutes later the security guard informed us politely but firmly that the station closed after the final departure of the night. "Doors lock at 1:15, folks," he said, "and we do not open again until 5:30. He recommended a 24-hour fast food place on Leith Walk or a taxi queue where drivers sometimes allow passengers to nap for a fee, but he could not let us remain indoors. We had lived most of our lives in Buenos Aires, a city that rarely sleeps, where fluorescent kiosks throb at 3 a.m. and Podemos cafes brew espresso for insomniacs. The idea of a capital city closing like a book for 4 whole hours baffled us. Still, rules are rules. We wheeled the suitcases back onto the pavement, fastened our coats tighter against the North Sea gust, and followed slight downhill grade toward the dark eastern fringe of the city. My boyfriend's phone suggested a small hotel at the base of Calton Hill. The route looked short, the star rating looked decent, the price, if rooms were free, was within our means. We walked past the Balmoral's clock tower, grand, bright, a kingdom we could not afford, and across the bridge where the print of boot soles echoed. Down a quieter road we went, our suitcases banging like drums behind us, until the shop windows thinned and the glow of convenience stores disappeared. Calton Hill rose on our left, topped by monuments we had seen on postcards. But now the hillside looked like an enormous sleeping creature, its shoulders hidden in brackish cloud. On the right the terrain dropped into a hollow too steep for buildings. Below that lay train tracks, their electric hum muted. We found the hotel eventually, a tiny sandstone maisonette wedged among expensive Georgian terraces. 2 carriage lamps glowed behind frosted glass either side of a narrow door. A plaque above the bell read, "Reception." I pressed once, then again. The bell made a noise like a spoon tapping the rim of a porcelain cup. The hush that followed seemed to suck warmth from my lungs. I pressed again. Overhead the clouds parted enough for moonlight to fall onto the pavement. Footsteps creaked down stairs inside. An elderly face appeared behind a small pane, skin thin like rice paper, eyes startled, lips pursed in a way that reminded me of my grandmother when telemarketers phoned at dinner. "Is this a hotel?" my boyfriend asked, raising his voice so she could hear through the old glass. "It is," she answered, her tone clipped as if politeness cost her extra. "Do you have any rooms?" "None," she declared, offense stiffening her spine, as though the idea we might appear unannounced was a personal violation. She shut the panel sharply. The lamps flickered. We heard the latch draw. Silence descended. We turned toward the street and exhaled in unison. No anger, only resignation. No room meant no room. The hour had crept past 1. My cheeks tingled from the wind. We pulled our luggage back along the pavement, each step sounding like flint on steel in the hush. 2 blocks later the terraced houses ended, and we reached a 4-way path. Forward led downhill toward Waverly Bridge, right curved into a mews washed in shadow, left angled onto a slender crescent hugging the hillside. At that intersection stood an old stone church looking as though a medieval architect had folded a fortress into the shape of prayer. Its bell tower was square, its windows narrow. A wall of leaning tombstones might well lurk behind, but the night concealed everything except the outline. I felt uneasy. Maybe it was the combination of moon, moist air, and gravestones that put the idea in my head, but inside I sensed the raw edge of a place where histories cling, where each century's grief is stored like wine in oak barrels. I imagined torches floating along this lane 200 years earlier. I pictured cholera victims laid out on pastures that now lay under asphalt. My boyfriend turned back up the hill scanning for the elusive fox he thought he had glimpsed. In South America foxes are shy but visible, and he walked ahead into the whirl of his own excitement. I followed. The fox slipped between iron bars that marked an entry to Calton Hill's steeper half. My boyfriend crossed the threshold and I followed again, rolling suitcases bumping over gravel until we left them near a low stone bench. Although the city was only a couple hundred meters behind us, night inside the park felt older, thicker. Lamps on Waterloo Place cast remote halos, but none penetrated this grove. For a minute I forgot about reservations and timetables. My breath formed small clouds. He stood near me, eyes glinting, head tilted, trying to glimpse the animal among scrub and gorse further upslope. From that vantage we could see Arthur's Seat silhouetted far south, and the sound of diesel buses became faint as a whistle. That was when I noticed how quiet everything had become. Not merely less noisy, but wholly absent of sound. Calton Hill normally hosts gulls riding thermals, crows bickering on crags, distant horns, the perpetual hum of late-night traffic. Now, a ringing emptiness. No wing flutter. No drip of condensation. Even the wind paused as if withheld by an invisible hand. The longer it endured, the deeper the hush dug into my ribs. I lifted one boot slightly. Grass blades seemed to hold their breath. I thought, we are alone. Not just alone because no humans stand nearby, but alone in the way that small mammals are alone when a hawk's shadow passes overhead. And then another thought slipped behind the first. Maybe we are not alone at all. Maybe something else is here and everything else knows to be silent. I wrestled with that doubt. I tried to be rational. Years of city living train you to trust the obvious threats, not supernatural ones, but folklore creeps in when the environment empties of mundane explanations. I told myself to breathe slower. My boyfriend turned in a slow arc, scanning branches. "Where'd the little guy go?" he whispered, still hoping to spot the fox. I wanted to answer, but my vocal cords tightened. A leaf cracked underfoot, 3 deliberate crunches, each heavier than the last, then stillness again. The noise came from a patch where moonlight died beneath pine trunks, no more than 2 or 3 paces distant. My boyfriend and I locked eyes. He mouthed, "Did you hear that?" I nodded. The next sound was my pulse. The memory of my mother's farewell surfaced. "Take care of each other, and please don't do anything reckless." I pictured her face if the police phoned to explain her daughter had gone missing on a hillside in a foreign city because she chased wildlife at 3 in the morning. The thought physically chilled me. The phrase, sitting ducks, flashed. That was when I asked, in a voice straining for levity, "Honey, are there any Wendigos in Scotland?" I had grown up on tales of Appalachian forests, on podcasts that recounted shadows with antlers and voices borrowed from lost hikers. A Wendigo is dislocation embodied, something wearing the wrong skin. I figured if I could make him laugh, I could break the tension. He blinked, still alert, then shrugged and answered truthfully, "No, Wendigos belong to North American legend, if they exist at all." He shuffled closer. "They do have kelpies here, though." I raised an eyebrow. "What is a kelpie?" "Celtic myth," he whispered, eager despite fear. "A water spirit that can look like a black horse or sometimes like a beautiful human. It lures you towards a loch, then drags you under, drowns you, and devours you. But we're safe, no deep water up here." He tried to smile. The remark about water should have brought relief, but my imagination pivoted. What if there are other things besides kelpies? What if the fox had been no fox at all but camouflage for something else, something that wanted us to separate from the street's safety? What if those 3 heavy steps we heard were as deliberate as the storybook villain tapping cane on cobblestones? The shape of a plan formed. Leave now. Before either of us voiced it, the unknown presence announced itself again. 3 thuds in rapid succession, boots on packed earth or hooves on route, followed by silence sharper than before. The source remained exactly where the shadows thickened, right at the verge where our pupils refused to parse shapes. Nothing emerged, but the air between us and that dark gulf seemed to hum with potential violence. We did not wait. My boyfriend hissed, "Go!" and we pivoted simultaneously, running downslope along the path we had climbed. We left the suitcases behind. Weight no longer mattered. Our shoes flung pebbles. We sprinted onto the empty street, hearts slamming, lungs dragging January air that stung like knives. I risked one glance back. The entrance to the wooded path remained dark as coal, but the hush lingered. The downhill grade toward Waverley Bridge merged into pavement glossed by frost. We knew if we slipped and fell we would hear footsteps close the distance, but we did not fall. Streetlights at the bridge pooled amber light that felt blessed as sunrise. City noise gradually returned, a taxi engine idling, music echoing from a bar, voices of students weaving home. Civilization enfolded us again. We did not stop until we reached a souvenir shop whose window lights burned all night. There we bent double, hands on knees, laughter bursting out in jittery spurts because terror sometimes converts to giggles once you see the salvation of neon. My boyfriend pulled out his phone and booked the only vacancy within walking distance, a hostel rumored to smell like unwashed hiking socks. We would have paid triple. Inside the hostel dorm we found stained mattresses, flickering bulbs, and a radiator clanging like pipes on the Titanic, yet each imperfection felt like proof of life. Other travelers slept in bunks. We curled together on a narrow lower bunk and listened to footsteps outside the building, normal footsteps, city footsteps, until adrenaline thinned and exhaustion dragged us under. The following afternoon we returned for the abandoned suitcases. With daylight overhead, Calton Hill looked benign, as though the previous night had been a hallucination. Joggers trotted along the path. A tour guide pointed at memorials. A black and white collie chased a tennis ball. We retrieved our luggage without incident, but neither of us stepped past the tree line again. Even now I sometimes replay possible explanations, fox and echo, drunk strangers stomping to scare trespassers, or something older that clings to certain landscapes when the clock hands cross 3. Scotland's folklore includes redcaps, eachwists, glaistigs, wolvers, each with its own preferred habitat and trick, but none matched perfectly the hush we felt or the calculated placement of those footsteps. Maybe Kelpie was a metaphor for any lure, the promise of a wild animal glimpse just far enough ahead to draw visitors off safe ground. In my more rational hours I decide it was a human, perhaps sleeping rough in the park, whose heavy boots made those 3 deliberate steps, then froze fearing confrontation. Yet why would a homeless man or petty criminal stand so still, so proximate, without yelling? Why would birds vanish at the same moment? Why would the wind itself seem to pause? Logic stumbles there. We flew home without further trouble. My mother hugged us at arrivals, none the wiser. I told her the trip was beautiful, that Edinburgh's skyline flickers like candlelight, that Glasgow's street art glows in winter sun. All true. The rest I kept for later, until these lines. Safety, I have learned, is often a series of small decisions compounded, a missing hostel reservation, a shortcut taken, a fox followed. Plan your nights carefully. Trust the instinct that prickles between your shoulder blades. And if stillness swallows an urban hilltop so completely that your own heart becomes the loudest sound, leave. I do not know if Scotland's hills hold shapeshifters or if the wrong human happened to lurk among those pines with cruel intent, but I know how dread feels when it falls onto a traveler like a cloak. I know the weight of a suitcase is nothing compared to the weight of a story you almost never return to tell. Whatever waited in the doorway of that forest, or whatever listened from behind the third step, remains there in memory, a reminder that not every path illuminated by moonlight is meant for footsteps. I never thought a night that started as nothing more than two old friends goofing around at a forgotten dock would end with a memory I still cannot shake. A memory so vivid that even now, years later, it wakes me at 3 in the morning with my heart beating against my ribs as if it is trying to get out. Whenever people hear the word Wendigo, most shrug it off as some spooky myth cooked up around campfires. Movies, rumor sites, late-night radio hosts, they all throw the word around until it loses meaning. But I know better. I know what I saw that wet Alabama night back in 2019, when the air smelled of pine needles and rain and the tall trees kept their ancient watch. The memory refuses to stay buried, and maybe writing it down, carefully in the simplest words I can find, will let me breathe a little more easily. Maybe, when the whole story sits on a page from the first moment to the last, it will stop circling my thoughts like a hungry bird. I had been away in the Marine Corps. Every hour of boot camp, every muddy mile of field training, every jolting Humvee ride across desert sand had toughened my muscles and sharpened my reflexes. I believed nothing could frighten me again once I learned to crawl under live fire and keep my wits about me. Once I hoisted packs that seemed heavier than I was and marched on blistered feet until dawn. Yet when the Corps decided a medical discharge was necessary, I came home feeling smaller than when I had left. The steel-gray buses and the sand-smelling tents faded behind me. All the noise of the world seemed to mute itself on the flight back. Home no longer meant the safe, ordinary place it once did. Home felt off-kilter, like I had been allowed a glimpse of some hidden machinery. And now even a quiet street corner hummed with the threat of unknown gears grinding just beneath the pavement. One of the first promises I made myself on that flight was that I would drive back to the small, out-of-the-way town where Jacob still lived and spend a whole day doing nothing but laughing at stupid jokes, fishing, and forgetting. Jacob and I had grown up on the same stretch of asphalt outside Mobile. 10 years of friendship gave us a private language of ribbing and bragging that needed no translation. I sent a string of texts from the airport. First he sent back nonsense memes. Then he sent back a genuine, "When you rollin'?" So I borrowed my father's battered pickup, the same truck we used to sneak away in when we were 16, and I headed north. Jacob's place lay at the edge of tall loblolly pines that ran right up to the Alabama-Georgia line. If you stood on the porch and looked east, you could see how the ridges softened into carpet-covered hills, and if you looked west you would swear the earth kept rolling forever. Because it had rained hard for 3 days straight, the clay roads were slick, and the little streams that cut through the woods had filled to their brims. The air carried that sour-sweet smell of wet leaves breaking down, a smell that reminded me of afternoons hunting squirrels with my grandfather, boots squishing in red mud. I turned the wipers on low and let the fan rumble across the windshield. All the while, the memory of drill instructors hollering at my section tried to cling to the edges of my thoughts. I pressed the gas and forced my mind forward, toward Jacob, toward the tall cans waiting in his fridge, toward the stupid stories about ex-girlfriends he liked to retell. Jacob's driveway curved behind an old barn that leaned as if it carried every decade's sorrow on one sagging roof beam. He came out before I shut off the engine, a tall silhouette in jeans so worn they had turned baby blue at the knees. He grinned, hugged me the way brothers do, and slapped my shoulder twice, heavy enough that the slap echoed over the wet yard. "Thought you got too fancy out there to come back," he said. "Thought you'd fly straight to D.C. and forget this place." I didn't tell him how close that fear had come to the truth. Instead, I hammered him with some old joke about his hairline, and he fired back with a dig at my limp. He stepped aside, motioned to a cooler on the porch, and dumped 2 ice-cold cans into my hands. Bitterness washed away the last taste of the military's dull, metallic coffee. Inside, his mother's Sears furniture still lined the living room, sofas done in thick tan corduroy, end tables finished in laminate that pretended to be walnut. The TV stand held an Xbox that had survived since freshman year of high school. We dropped our duffel bags, clinked cans again, and the afternoon blurred into the easiest rhythm I had felt since boot camp ended. His current girlfriend had left for a 12-hour shift at the hospital. His father was running a line of fence on leased pasture south of town. Jacob had the family house to himself. We ate reheated barbecue pulled from the freezer. We swore that his ex-girlfriend had started dating a man with worse teeth than a horse, and we argued about whether the Braves bullpen would ever get it together. Around sunset he leaned back, sighed, and said, "You know where I want to take you? That little lake behind the Ridley place. I haven't been back since Leah." He cut himself off and swallowed. Leah was the girlfriend who had taken him there. They'd broken up in March. He tried for a shrug and aimed for casual but landed closer to regret. I clapped the table and said, "Fine by me. Need fresh air. Didn't drive 4 hours to watch you play Fortnite." That made him snort. He finished his beer. 20 minutes later we were rumbling down a rutted track that branched off the county route. The weed grass slapped the undercarriage. A rusty chain once stretched across the entrance, but someone had long ago unhooked it, and the padlock lay on the ground. Pines arched overhead. Their straight trunks vanished into evening gloom. The wipers squeaked once, though no mist rose yet. In murky air the forest seemed to pull away from the truck lights, as if every trunk tugged at its own dark shadow. I felt the old boot camp sense of looking down a rifle barrel. I kept my jitters buried. Jacob hummed aimless notes to an Alabama song. Then the trees thinned, and an oval of black water stared back at the sky. In the fading light the surface was slick, like spilled oil. On the near bank stood a dock that looked exactly as Jacob had said, forgotten, unloved, its planks bowed by humidity, its nails proud and orange with rust. One corner slumped so low that moss climbed the timber post and curled onto the rotten edge. We killed the engine, slammed doors, and walked across the soft loam to the ramp. Each step left boot prints full of cloudy water. Cicadas muttered from somewhere unseen, but otherwise the woods lay quiet, so quiet I could hear each breath settle into my chest. My shoulders relaxed. My heartbeat slowed. The silence that used to ring alarms in my boot camp brain now felt like childhood again. A hush that promised a good catch of catfish if only we could pick the right spot on the bank. We joked about what the game warden would say if he caught us here. We tipped our weight onto the safer-looking planks, testing how many groaned. Jacob tried to slide a foot between 2 boards to see whether the water reached that far. Then he stood upright, cracked his knuckles, and half hollered, half whispered, "Wendigo." I glanced sideways. He was grinning, but the grin looked brittle. "You believe any of that?" I asked. He looked into the trees and shook his head. "Nah, but I heard from this Reddit group that if you say the name in the woods 3 times, you'll see it." He gave a stage whisper. "Some big stick-thin cannibal, they say. Deer skull, antlers. Like it'll freeze your blood, Brad." I laughed. The sound came out too sharp, like a bark. "Sure, buddy. Say it 3 times. I wanted to prove the world dull again. Needed to see Jacob roll his eyes at his own folly. Needed to watch fog drift across the pond without any monsters tearing the piece apart. If he said the silly word 3 times and nothing happened, that would lock fear outside the circle of our old friendship. I folded my arms. "Go on," I said. 3 times. The Marines say improvise, adapt, overcome. Let's overcome your imagination." Jacob hesitated, wetting his lips like a child about to taste medicine. Then he drew a breath and said, "Wendigo." His voice cracked half-comic. I shot him a look. He repeated, "Wendigo." This time lower, slower, the word rolled out like a stone tumbling into a well. He paused. Night seemed to take a second stride forward, deeper beneath the pine boughs. My skin cooled. The hairs on my neck pricked upright. Jacob opened his mouth, and from nowhere a gust of wind swept across the pond, shoving ripples toward us. He stepped back. But he broke off, startled by the wind's timing. "Okay," he said loudly, forcing a laugh. "Guess I'm chicken." I scoffed, though my voice did not carry as it should have. "I'll prove it then," I said, irritated that the woodland hush controlled the mood. I planted my boots in the mud, squared my shoulders, and spoke 3 times. "Wendigo. Wendigo." I drew a deeper breath. "Wendigo." Nothing answered. My body unclenched fractionally. The wind softened into a whisper among the crowns. Jacob exhaled too. Then a branch cracked in the darkness to our left. Even now, describing that crack is harder than describing rifle fire. Gunshots have context. This crack had none. It was too loud for a single pine cone dropping, too crisp for a foot brushing fallen logs. It was the sound of green wood snapping under sudden stress. I pivoted on instinct, hand dropping to the Glock tucked under my belt at the small of my back. Jacob turned too, mouth open, eyes wide. The noise came from deeper along the shore, beyond where the dock's scooped-out headland curved into thicker shrub. The gloom swallowed everything beyond 20 yards. Another crack rang out, farther this time, higher up the ridge, followed by a rustle like something very large sliding between cedar trunks. "Coyote," Jacob whispered, but he sounded like he was trying to convince himself. I shook my head. "Too heavy," I said, still staring. "Coyote would pad, not crack branches." My pulse drummed. Boot camp lessons barked in my skull. Identify target, stay mobile, keep distance. We stepped off the dock and onto the path that had delivered us here. The path was narrow, a soft spine of damp pine straw that squeezed between saplings. I did not relax my grip on the pistol, though my fingers stayed above the trigger guard. The weight comforted me only because any ritual comfort beats standing empty-handed at night. We had walked perhaps 20 feet back toward the truck when a new sound erupted down the ridge. A chorus of yips, yet hoarse, stretched, wrong. Not the lively coyote chatter I knew. This was lower, carried farther. Each yip overlapped the next in a discordant harmony that rose, receded, then rose again in a tangled swell. My gut dropped into my boots. Every hair on my neck and arms saluted. "That's no pack," Jacob muttered. I swallowed. "No." We quickened to a jog. Rain-fat earth gulped underfoot. The clay sucked at our soles. The glow of the truck's taillights came into view through branches. Relief tugged at my nerves, but the chorus behind us changed pitch, fused into one bellow that sounded half voice, half storm. The volume, impossible. No single throat holds that much breath. The cry reversed direction, pouring down the hillside behind our left shoulders, closer now, maybe 100 yards. Jacob stumbled. I caught his elbow and jerked him upright without missing stride. Boot camp reflex again, no man left behind. We emerged into the clearing that served as parking. The pickup's wet hood mirrored a slice of moonlight. I wrangled keys from my pocket, fumbled, cursed, stabbed the lock. As the latch clicked, a second roar exploded off the pine trunks, so near it shook the air against my eardrums. Jacob yanked the passenger door. I rounded the hood, hopped in, slammed my door, jammed the key into ignition. Engine turned, coughed. My breathing drowned out Jacob's wheeze beside me. Grass rippled at the tree line 70 feet away. Something enormous stepped forward, half hidden behind the first row of trunks. It stood as tall as the lower branches, yet gaunt, skeletal. Moonlight washed across pale skin pulled so tight that ribs protruded. The outline reminded me of a stag standing upright, and possibly long limbs, a narrow waist, a barrel chest above that, and then a head that seemed of no consistent shape because horns, or were they antlers, splayed in all directions. Shadows let me glimpse the face only in fragments. sockets glowing a color I can name only as electric blue, cheekbones so sharp they looked carved, a jaw that hinged lower than human anatomy allows. For one beat it regarded the truck, head tilting like a crow assessing roadkill. Then it bent, placed hands with far too many knuckles, against the trunk, and the pine pitched, snapped, began to fall. Frozen by the scale of it, I watched 16 feet of timber tip toward the truck bed. Bark burst under strain. Sap flung droplets that caught light like sparks. Then training caught up, danger, move. I threw the pickup into reverse and stamped the pedal. The rear tires spun in mud before the truck lurched backwards. The pine crashed bead first where I had idled seconds earlier, sending splinters clapping against the tailgate. Jacob shouted something wordless. I spun the wheel, jammed into drive, and pinned the accelerator. Mud sprayed. The headlights swung over the gargantuan shape. For an instant the beams found its eyes. The glow flared brighter, a hungry lantern blue. Then the angle changed and the pines swallowed the creature again. We careened down the track, truck bottoming out in ruts. Limbs slapped the mirror. Jacob twisted around, clutching the headrest, shouting whether it followed. I kept both hands white-knuckled to the wheel. My breath came in short grunts. We hit the county road far too fast, tires barking on asphalt. I fish-tailed, corrected, and gunned it south. Only then did I register Jacob's voice. "It's gone, it's gone, it's gone," repeated like a scratched vinyl. 5 miles passed before I eased off the gas. The speedometer had crested 90. My body hummed with adrenaline so potent my knees quivered though they barely moved. We reached an Exxon on the outskirts of town, fluorescent lights buzzing against the night. I parked under the canopy and turned off the ignition. The sudden silence made the blood pound in my ears. Neither of us spoke for a long time. My grip remained welded to the steering wheel. When I finally pried my fingers free, the palms were numb. Jacob stared through the windshield as if expecting the beast to materialize beside a diesel pump. Flecks of bark peppered the hood. A green smear of crushed pine needles slanted across the left fender. That served as proof more solid than any cell phone photo. The truck had been deep in the woods. A tree had fallen right where we had stood. The world beyond the headlights was not empty. Eventually we found words, disbelief, curses, whispered prayers. Jacob tried to explain what he had seen even though I had seen it too. Hearing him talk restored some shared reality, but his voice shook each time he described the eyes. I told him we would skip the beers set aside in his fridge, that we would crash at my parents' place instead because I needed my father's shotgun within reach. Jacob agreed without protest. We cleaned the truck at a DIY bay where orange soap bubbles slid across the chrome. In that harsh light we inspected every inch, half hoping to find claw marks that might prove the creature had swiped at the tailgate. We found only mud, bark flakes, and a dent no bigger than my thumb. My rational mind latched onto that dent, tried to translate it into a known cause. Maybe the tree had done more damage than first glance showed, but something deeper whispered that the dent looked old, the rust too healed to mark tonight's terror. At dawn we still sat in the living room of my parents' house, a lamp burning while outside birds began their cautious songs. Each creak of the floorboards set me alert, expecting antlers or claws to pierce the flimsy plywood walls. My mother patted in wearing a robe, asked why we were awake. Jacob choked on his coffee. I crafted a lie about breaking down near the lake, about finding strange wildlife, about deciding to bunk here rather than wake up to wolves howling at the edge of his yard. She accepted half the story and fetched blankets. She has always known when truth sits behind a son's eyes but chooses mercy. In daylight the question of what stalked us sharpened. I forced myself onto the porch, studying textbooks I'd ordered online, field guides to southeastern predators, volumes on native folklore, skeptical treatises on cryptids. Coyotes can mimic human crying, yes, but no coyote stands upright with shoulders like cedar poles. Cougars sometimes scream like women, yes, but they do not hurl trees. No scholar wrote clearly about a Wendigo in Alabama. The Algonquin peoples of the far north told tales of that spirit, a being born of cannibalism and winter starvation, a monster with a heart of ice. How could such a thing roam a warm swamp night? Yet those electric blue eyes remained etched on the inside of my eyelids. No myth book erased them. Over the next weeks, Jacob and I tried to disbelieve. We measured the track where the pine had fallen. We found huge depressions in mud on the far bank, elongated, splayed, no claw points like a bear's, no hoof rim like a deer's, something different. We did not pour plaster casts because part of me feared bringing that footprint home. We showed nobody. People would say we carved it ourselves. We would start doubting too. I drove to the county sheriff one afternoon, asked whether any campers had reported tall intruders, loud screams, uprooted trees. The deputy stared. His silence said, "Stop wasting our time." I backed out under fluorescent lights, my heart thrumming with the old adrenaline. I tried to stand guard at night, sitting on Jacob's porch with a Remington balanced across my knees, but nothing approached. Crickets sang normal rhythms. The only eyeshine belonged to possums waddling along the ditch. Jacob would pace behind me, cigarette glowing between nervous fingers, muttering he saw shadows shift. I would dismiss it, though I had felt the same flicker. After a month he quit those watches, declared we were chasing our tails. But he never again drove to the Ridley place. Time blurred. I married, moved farther south, started a construction gig that used my knack for measurements and geometry. I convinced myself the night had been a cocktail of rain, fatigue, PTSD, nerves, and the illusion that adrenaline paints across a dark canvas. Yet each winter, when rain hangs in tall pines, a certain smell, the mix of wet bark and moss, yanks me back. My foot taps the floor, ready to sprint. I picture that antlered skull like lightning-made bone, that chest like a hunger incarnate. I tell myself stories to hold fear at bay. It was a trick of moonlight, a dead tree half ready to fall, panic echoing off my service training. But another part of me remembers the wind stilling right as the name left Jacob's lips. Remembers the emptiness when no crickets chirped. Remembers the voice that called Jacob, in his sister's tone, from a black heart of pine trees. He and I never speak of that voice. He broke up with Leah soon after, citing reasons he never explained. He seldom walks near any dense forest now. I write these lines to place the memory outside my skull, to set it down in plain, simple language so it cannot morph anymore in the dark corners of unspoken dread. What happened, happened. Whether you call it a wendigo, a spirit of famine slipped south on some terrible wind, or a turbulence in reality that coats itself in fears stolen from crowded campfires, I do not know. I know only what I saw and what I heard. Towering pale limbs, eyes lit by ghastly turquoise, a voice that should not have known Jacob's name, and the tremendous crack of living pine shattered by unseen fists. I know the smell of sap sprung from fresh wounds. I know we lived. I know the weight of a Glock can feel like salvation when your knees threaten to collapse beneath ancient terror. I know I proved nothing except that we are small, and the woods hold volume enough for legends to stretch their bones. Sometimes when night is quiet I replay the dare. Wendigo, Wendigo. We were children wearing grown man bodies, hungry for a thrill, daring the dark to cough up something impossible. We got what we asked for. If you ever stand beside a friend and feel the pull to summon names better left in myth, think twice. Think of rain soaking pine straw, think of coyotes falling silent, think of a tree toppling so close you feel the earth rise. Think of antlers scraping the edge of the known world. Walking away without calling the name is not cowardice, it is wisdom purchased by two fools who paid the price already. When strangers ask whether wendigos are real, I shrug. Because explaining takes too long, and they do not really want the answer. They want folklore they can tuck away for Halloween. They do not want the feel of mud sucking at boots while unseen limbs peel bark behind them. They do not want the memory of a friend's scream turning to sobs under an Alabama sky. And they certainly do not want to carry the silence that followed us, the silence that still waits somewhere up in those pines, where an old dock sags and water holds a reflection of the moon like an icy eye. So here is the plainest truth I can give. There are corners where the world's fabric thins, places no map marks, places where a dare can break the seal between story and flesh. If you stumble into such a corner, walk back the way you came. Do it before the wind stops. Do it before names slip from your mouth. Leave the creature alone in its hunger. Leave the lake undisturbed. Leave the dock to rot until it sinks. And if you fail to leave in time, if you must see what emerges, then run, because there is no training hard enough to steady your heart when those eyes lock onto yours. Jacob and I ran and survived. But every year, after the first winter rain, I wake from a dream of cracking wood, and in that split second between sleep and waking, I feel the dock sway beneath me, feel Jacob's shirt collar in my fist, feel the roar of something older than death itself rolling down the hill. Then the alarm sounds, dawn creeps between blinds, and life begins again in the ordinary world of hammers and invoices. Yet part of me remains barefoot on slick pine straw, gun half drawn, waiting for the wind to hush a second time, waiting to learn whether anyone can ever outrun a word once spoken 3 times to the night. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up in a tiny place that most maps barely bother to name, a speck of a town in southern Oregon. Even after you have lived there a while, you can still drive from one edge of the city limit sign to the other without ever shifting your car out of second gear. The population, on a good census year, hovers around 1,000. We have an elementary school and a combined junior-senior high school, 1 police cruiser, a single blinking yellow light on the main highway, a park with 2 swings and 1 tilted slide, a tiny storefront library open 3 afternoons a week, and a convenience station that manages to be gas pump, grocery corner, and town gossip hub all at once. When the sun drops behind the fir-lined ridges, the whole valley goes quiet enough for you to hear your own pulse if you stand on the porch and hold your breath. That hushed stillness never scared me when I was young. On the contrary, I loved it. Growing up the youngest of 4 in a house that constantly echoed with television noise, arguments about chores, and my father's always breaking power tools, the hush of an evening ride on my bicycle felt sacred. The bike itself was nothing fancy, an aging 3-speed painted a faded cherry red that my parents found at a yard sale and spruced up in time for my 13th birthday, but to me it was pure independence on 2 wheels. My mother joked that I put more care into that machine than I did into my homework. Every Saturday I wiped the frame clean with a soapy rag, oiled the chain, checked the brake pads, and knelt next to the tires with a pressure gauge like a mechanic readying a race car. Because I always volunteered to fetch groceries, drop letters at the post office, cart empty bottles to the return, or even run an envelope to the county clerk's mailbox in the next town, my mother viewed me as the household courier. Most afternoons I pedaled the main strip past old clapboard businesses and a lot of empty storefronts, then followed the lazy loops of the back roads that carved fields and timber tracks into awkward parcels. I knew every pothole, every warped stretch of pavement, every curve with loose gravel where you had to feather the brakes or end up with bloody elbows. By the summer that I turned 14, I could ride the entire web of roads with my eyes closed and my hands loose on the handlebar grips. Daylight lasted forever in July and August, pale lemon at 6 in the morning, blonde and shimmering by breakfast, then long slow gold until 9:30 at night. If I timed it right, I could put 50 miles on the odometer and still be home before my mother flipped on the porch light. That year, late August, right before freshman orientation, nothing struck me as different or dangerous about those rides. They were simply my routine, the way some kids kicked a soccer ball against the barn wall, or cast a line for trout in the creek behind the mill. I woke up, I ate my toast, I looped one of my mother's canvas-tote bags over the rusted seat spring, and I cruised. On the day I'm recounting, I followed almost the same pattern, except that I had a few extra stops sorted in my head: drop a bag of aluminum cans at the return machine beside the convenience station, pick up a pack of gummy worms and a grape soda for my older sister, who'd been begging for something sweet, ride out toward the blackberry thickets south of town and fill a plastic container for dessert, then swing by the elementary school playground to read the borrowed library paperback I stuffed into my rear basket. I figured an hour and a half, maybe 2, and I'd be back home to help cook dinner. The first couple of tasks went off without a hitch. I fed the cans into the machine, pocketed the small stack of dimes and nickels it spit back, and bought my sister's candy plus an extra bag for myself. I tucked both packages under the library book, stepped onto the curb, and kicked off toward the berry rows. The air smelled green and dusty, the way it does when the irrigation ditches have been running for weeks and all the cattle pastures around town have churned to mud. By the time I reached the vines, my forearms were sticky with sweat and sunblock. I parked, swatted at horseflies, and spent half an hour coaxing fat glossy berries into the tub. Thorn pricks dotted my knuckles, but they hardly hurt. If anything, I felt pleased. One more summer ritual checked off my mental list before school swallowed my freedom. When I rolled through the open gate into the elementary school grounds, it was a few minutes past 8:10. The public liked the convenience of the schoolyard. We had no bigger park, and the district quietly ignored the town's habit of using its facilities after hours. The building itself was squat, single-story, painted the kind of institutional beige that looks tired immediately after the painter clicks the lid back on the bucket. But the playground had the only pair of metal swings left in the county that hadn't been replaced by plastic seats and short chains. Those swings could arc so high your sneakers kissed the maple branches overhead, and your stomach dropped like a marble down a soup can. I knew because I'd tried many times to find the exact angle where the chains would go slack. On this evening I planned no wild aerial tricks. I wanted to read. I should mention that the paperback in my tote bag was a collection of supposedly true Pacific Northwest ghost stories. Lighthouses with phantom keepers, cabins where miners saw glowing eyes behind frosted windows, stuff like that. I'd promised myself I would finish at least 2 chapters before bed. Sitting on the crusty mulch beneath the swing set, I opened the book, popped a gummy worm between my teeth, and let the crickets provide background music. That is, until the sensation arrived. People describe fear in all kinds of poetic ways: ice in the veins, a pit in the stomach, hair standing like static on the back of the neck. Mine was simpler. It was the suffocating realization that the world around me had slipped out of alignment by an inch. The steady chorus of the insects quieted, not completely but enough that I noticed the hush. The breeze turned still, though the leaves on the cottonwoods at the fence line kept shivering as if a hidden wind touched only them. My mouth dried. The fun facts about haunted stagecoach routes on the page blurred. I could not hold the paragraph in my vision. I told myself, you came here to read, so you'll read. Finish the story about the lighthouse. Then you can go. I lasted half a page. Nothing visible spooked me, but the instinct was too loud. Get up, pack your things, leave. I slipped the book into the tote, cinched the half-empty bag of candy, and nudged my bike upright. Rolling it across the grass toward the parking lot felt as if my shoes were filling with wet sand. The evening dimmed not by degrees but by chunks, like someone twisting a dimmer switch in jerks. By the time I pedaled onto the access road, the last warm glow had vanished behind the hills, replaced by a heavy twilight that did not belong in late August. My mind whispered, forest fire smoke, a bank of storm cloud. Yet the sky above was a clean navy bowl pricked with early stars. Street lamps along my route usually flickered on at dusk, programmed to sense the dropping light, but now they sputtered in and out as if struggling. I gripped the handlebars so tight my fingertips tingled. Rolling past the shuttered library, I spotted a man walking his dog along the far sidewalk, a shape in the corner of my eye. When I looked directly at him, I thought, still not sure if I imagined this, that he paused mid-stride, turning his head slowly, his eyes glowing an odd reddish hue. Then nothing. The dog tugged forward, the man resumed his pace, and I told myself I had stared too long at the library's neon open sign a moment earlier. At the gas station, the bright Shell logo, which had burned steady every night of my life, was dark. A few of the parking lot fluorescents stuttered and died as I rode by. I had the body sensation of biking through thick invisible spiderwebs. By the time I turned down my own street, I was sucking air in wheezy spurts. Not physical exhaustion, something closer to panic, though I had not yet admitted that word. A low fog hunkered across the asphalt, pooling in depressions. I told myself it was ordinary valley moisture cooling fast after a warm day. The explanation fell flat. The liquid smear in the air looked more like breath hanging from something too cold for August. Halfway up the gentle slope that crested before my house, I saw the cats. Orange tabbies, strays in mottled coats, a sleek gray tom with half an ear, black silhouettes whose owners I did not know. The neighborhood had dozens, but never had I seen this many at once. They sat in 2 perfect rows along both curbs, pairs of yellow eyes catching my weak headlight. Each cat faced uphill, as if waiting for a parade. When my front tire rolled past the first one, every head rotated to follow the motion with uncanny synchrony. The skin on my arms prickled so violently I half expected hair to burst through like bristles. I crested the hill. There the sidewalk died into thick timber. Our town pressed against true wilderness. Beyond the final street lamp the road canyoned between fir trunks. I lived 3 houses down from where the pavement turned black under those trees. I had biked this descent hundreds of times in daylight, but now gravity felt hostile, pulling me toward an unseen maw. I fought the instinct to brake hard. Momentum was my friend, I thought. Get to the driveway, hop the curb, coast straight into the garage. Halfway down I glimpsed movement in the ditch. Deer, my brain supplied. Could be a raccoon, maybe an elk if the herd was wandering close. Still I veered wide, letting the bike drift toward the centerline. Then something stepped onto the asphalt. I can describe only impressions, because even in memory, the figure refuses to cohere. 9 feet tall, maybe more. Gaunt limbs, wrists dangling below the knees. Skin a pale ashen gray, stretched over knobs of bone. No clothing, no fur, just an obscene nakedness like clay before the sculptor smooths the surface. The shoulders tapered into a neck that did not narrow, a trunk that simply blended into a head without the usual breaks of collarbone and jaw. 2 eyes, luminescent yellow discs with no pupil, anchored the faceless shape. Where a nose might be, a long protrusion like the snout of some prehistoric beast jutted beneath the sockets. It cocked that featureless head, first one way, then the other, as though curious. Shock rooted my feet to the pedals. My tires skidded sideways, drawing twin squeals. I did not fall only because instinct jammed a foot down to balance. The creature stood perhaps 30 feet ahead, exactly in the lane I required to reach home. Chill raced along my spine. Then a blazing simplicity took hold. If I stayed here I would die or learn what dead felt like. With a wrench of muscles I forced the bike forward. The thing did not leap aside. It merely raised one elongated arm until the hand hovered at chest height, palm outward. Stop. I screamed without sound. My legs churned. The gap between us closed. At 10 feet the beast's torso expanded with a groan, as though lungs inflated for the first time. A smell hit me, damp earth after rain, yes, but layered with rot, the sweetness of fruit long spoiled. Every childhood horror story about men lost in the Cascades blipped through my head. At 5 feet the creature pivoted. The movement was impossibly fluid given its skeletal jerkiness. It wheeled on one foot, knees flexing like a marionette, then bounded in a single silky stride onto the shoulder. From there it melted into the trees. Not disappeared, melted, as if flesh turned to vapor between 1 second and the next. I blew past the spot, leaning into the hill's remaining slope until the garage roof came into view. I do not recall steering. I recall only the slam of adrenaline every time I scanned the timber for a second glimpse. No glowing eyes tracked me. No long arms swung branch to branch. But the sense of pursuit pressed my back like a hand. At the driveway I did not brake. I ditched the bike partway up the incline, letting it clatter against the lawn. My hands fumbled the keypad on the garage. Door motors whined. While the slab rolled up I stepped sideways, eyes fixed on the road I had traveled, half crazed with the certainty that the thing would appear, squat under the yellow bulb, and sprint. It did not. The garage yawned open. I bolted inside, slapped the close button, and watched through the narrowing crack until night sealed outside. Only then did my muscles turn liquid. I staggered to the interior door. Inside, click of lock, chain slid home. My lungs wheezed. The front of my t-shirt stuck to sweat. I turned on every lamp in the living room, then the kitchen, the hallway. Shadows fled like cockroaches. When my panting steadied I realized I still clutched the blackberry tub. They had crushed each other in the jolting ride, purple juice seeping through the lid onto my forearm. I set the container in the sink and washed my hands until the water lost its tint. I needed noise, any noise to drown the hush pressing at the walls, so I microwaved a pot pie and flipped on a sitcom rerun, something bright and dumb. I ate standing up. I did not dare face the window, but peripheral vision told me the curtains remained still. 20 minutes later, headlights swept our street. My mother's car backed into the drive. She worked second shift at the milk cafeteria and often returned near 10, hot lunch trays clattering in the passenger seat. I ran to the entry to greet her. She stepped inside humming some tune, then paused, eyes scanning the blazing lamps. "Took you long enough to turn the house into Times Square," she said, setting down tote bags. "You all right?" I said I was tired. Something in my voice made her frown. She asked if my heart was acting up. An appointment loomed in 4 days, and she worried constantly. I shook my head, found a lie about spinning too hard on the swings. She pursed her lips but accepted it. My sister would be out with friends until curfew. The night settled into domestic normalcy. That was when the dream, or rather, the repetition, began. In my room, lights off reluctantly, I drifted only to snap awake in the schoolyard again. Dusk heavier than any real dusk, gummy worms sugared on my tongue. The silence deepened until the page blurred. I packed, pedaled. Cat swiveled, the gray figure emerged, its glassy eyes locked. I woke sweating. Clock said 1:03 a.m. I drank water, paced. Sleep returned. So did the sequence. Clock 1:37. Again. Clock 2:19. Each loop grew more vivid, as if the creature stepped closer during the replay. By dawn I lay clenched, refusing to close my lids because the next blink might deliver me straight into its arms. School started a week later. New hallways, new lockers, the swell of upperclassmen shouldering through. I buried the memory under assignments, basketball tryouts, lunch table gossip. Yet sometimes, coasting my red bike home before dark, I would detect the smallest glitch, a lamp flaring bright then dull, a dog freezing mid-bark to stare at the timber edge, the temperature dipping 1 jarring degree. I never stayed out later than sunset, and I never carried another ghost story from the library. In late September, however, an unavoidable route forced me past the same stretch of road near dusk. My class project group had run long, and by the time I unlocked the bike rack a bruise-colored twilight smudged the western range. I rode hard. At first everything seemed ordinary. But 3 streets from home the evening tilted. Sound thickened again. Wheel spokes ticked slow. My legs pumped as if pedaling through syrup. I whispered, "Not tonight, please." The cats reappeared. Fewer this time, but arrayed like sentries. I could not see the timber line beyond the crest yet, but my stomach clenched sure as a fist. When the front tire reached the hilltop I coasted, and saw only empty pavement ahead. Relief snagged me. Maybe the thing had moved on, a nightmare bound to a single date. Then the ditch rustled. My glance cut right just in time to catch a sliver of motion, elongated fingers sliding over grass before retracting. The creature slithered from tree shadow to covert too quick for full sight. But the eyes remained, 2 spots impossibly bright, suspended inches above the ground like coals in a grate. I stood on the pedals. The chain bit. My breath roared in my ears. The slope blurred. I swung into the driveway, dumped the bike without braking, sprinted up the porch, key fumbling. Behind me, silence. Not the hush of night but the vacuum of every sound drawn away. I slammed the door anyway. That evening a police cruiser rolled past, lights off, slow. Later I heard that a pair of out-of-state hikers had been found near the trailhead above town, bodies mauled something awful. Cougar, the sheriff claimed. Locals nodded, but I noticed eyes flicking toward the woods, as if measuring that explanation against old tales whispered over campfires. I never confided my sighting to mother or friends. What language could package that thing? I simply adjusted life. No errands after dinner, no shortcuts flanking timber, no books about phantoms tucked in baskets. My red bicycle, a Cadillac to a kid, still rests in the garage. Now and then I test the tires, oil the chain. But I have not crossed that hill at night again. Some evenings, when the valley air grows damp and the porch lamp buzzes, I imagine the cats gathering, facing the crest, waiting. I shut the curtains before the scene completes. I do not need to know whether yellow eyes glow back from the asphalt. Some instincts you heed, the way your ancestors did, with quickened pulse and a promise to stay in the light. Certain corners of the forest are not ours, no matter how many roads we thread through them. When I think back on that afternoon, the first image that comes to mind is how bright the South Texas sun felt on my face and how the dust on our ranch road got everywhere, into the cuffs of my jeans, under my fingernails, even into the pages of the little notebook I kept in my shirt pocket to record the date and weight of every hog or deer we harvested. Hunting has always been my family's way of living, not just a pastime. Dad calls it working with the land. We fence our property, maintain feeders, clear cedar, and keep the herds healthy. Some people plant tomatoes or tend rose bushes. We manage wildlife. It is an old rhythm, older than Texas itself, passed down from my grandfather to my father and, little by little, to me. I was 11 that summer, small for my age but wiry and stubborn, determined to pull my weight even if a rifle felt longer than my arm span and a gate latch sometimes needed both hands and a kick from my boot heel to snap shut. Every year, when the heat begins to loosen its grip in early September and the first cool fronts sweep through the hill country, Dad and I start sighting in rifles, refreshing mineral blocks, and checking trail cameras. Most families count down to football season. We count down to the first legal day we can sit in a blind together, whispering about wind direction and waiting for the faint crunch of hooves in the live oak leaves. My best friend Kays and his father often join us. They own the neighboring spread, and the four of us swap phone calls the way fishing guides trade tide charts. I saw 3 boar tracks at the East Pond. Do you want to try that new .243 on a doe this weekend? That September afternoon felt routine at first. School was out early because of a teacher's conference, so Kays came home on my bus. We spent an hour target shooting with the .22 under Dad's supervision, then moved hay out of a feed room to make space for fresh sacks of corn. We sweated through our shirts. Dad handed us each a bottle of water from the ice chest and said, "Y'all earned a hunt if you want one." He sounded proud, and that meant the world to me. Kays's dad rolled up at 4:30 in his gray pickup, dust curling behind the tires. He had the gate code, so he let himself in and parked by the equipment shed. He and my father studied a map on the tailgate, red X's for bobcat sightings, blue circles for hog wallows, while Kays and I loaded the Yamaha four-wheeler with extra ammunition, a case 6.5 Creedmoor, binoculars, and a soft-sided cooler full of beef jerky and leftover breakfast tacos. I can still hear the whine of the ATV starter, and the way my dad laughed when we popped the clutch too fast and lurched forward. We left around 5. The plan was simple. Follow the western ranch road down to the long dirt levee that divides our property from an old family friend's acreage, park near a row of cedar stumps, and then stalk the shallow ravine that funnels hogs toward our main watering hole. Hogs are smart, but thirst makes them careless. Sunset would be around 7:15. We figured we had a solid hour of shooting light. About halfway down the road we paused beside a low depression filled with rainwater. 3 pigs, gray, mottled, and black, stood at the edge, snouts in the mud, tails twitching. Under normal circumstances, Kays's dad, who was driving, would have slowed and let us dismount to belly crawl for a sure shot. But the afternoon had already stretched long, and those pigs were practically posing. My dad said, "Take M from here." He uncased the 6.5, chambered a single round, and braced the rifle across the front rack. The scope glass flashed for a second. Then the shot cracked, a sharp sound that rolled away into mesquite and silence. The lead hog, the big black boar, kicked sideways, stumbled through the slick bank, and collapsed maybe 5 or 6 steps from the shade line. The other 2 swirled into the brush, grunting. I whooped. Kays slapped my shoulder hard enough to sting. I can recall the gunpowder smell mingling with pond water and hot dirt. "Good hit," Kays's dad said. "Let's tag him and haul him out before the light fades." We climbed off the ATV and started toward the downed pig. That was when everything changed. So abruptly my mind still trips over the memory like a boot heel catching on wire. One moment I was talking about weight estimates and euro amounts, the next moment the world pressed a finger to its lips and hissed. The evening turned wrong, like milk turning sour in your mouth, a shift in smell, a thickness in the air you can't see but feel. First the wind died. Cicadas that had droned all day went mute. Frogs stopped. Even the flies that always swarmed fresh hog blood abandoned their loops in silence. The hush was so complete I heard water drip from a willow root into the pond. My father looked up, confused, and parted his lips to speak, but he never said a word. Instead, we all felt it, the uncanny recognition that something watched us. No, not watched. Studied. Tested, the way a cook taps a melon or flicks the crust of bread. A cold bead of sweat slid from my hairline to my chin, and my heart did not race. It thudded once and seemed to hang there like it was reluctant to beat again. Then a shape stepped from the cedars. Calling it a dog because it walked on four limbs would be like calling a shark a guppy. At first glance I thought, wolf. The wolves are absent in our county. Its shoulders were taller than the boar's, easily 3 feet, maybe 4. But the legs were too long, the joints bent wrong, the fur patchy and black with streaks of reddish-brown. It emitted not a growl but a sound like dry branches rubbed together, ch-ch-ch, a hiss and a click at once. The face, Lord help me, the face looked forged, not born, elongated muzzle crammed with teeth too big for the mouth, a nose raw and glistening, and deep-set amber eyes that reflected no warmth, only calculation. It regarded us with the flat appraisal a rancher gives livestock on auction day. Nobody moved. My father's rifle dangled from his hand uselessly. Kays's dad whispered, "What the hell?" My own breathing went shallow and loud in my ears. For a heartbeat we stood in a tableau, dead hog, for humans, looming creature. Then, almost lazily, it clamped its jaws over the boar's neck. I heard cartilage crunch like dry ice. With one sinuous motion, it hoisted a 100-pound carcass and dragged it backward into shadow, never breaking eye contact with my dad. The weight looked effortless, as if gravity were optional. I do not remember running, but I must have, because suddenly we were back on the ATV, engine screaming, dirt spitting from the tires. I clutched the rifle across my lap and kept scanning the tree line, looking for a flash of black fur. Kays yelled that he saw movement. I hollered back that it was mesquite branches. We argued at full volume, adrenaline blurring the words. When we reached the main gate, Dad fumbled the keypad, Ms. entered the code twice, cursed, finally punched the numbers correctly, and the steel slats rattled open just wide enough to squeeze through. Inside the house, we locked the doors, latched the windows, pulled every blind. We did not clean the rifle or record the shot in my notebook. Instead we sat around the kitchen table under the overhead fluorescence and listened to the ranch breathe. Nobody felt like talking until Mom and my little sister came home from town at dusk. The instant they stepped inside, my father turned the deadbolt behind them, startling Mom so badly she dropped her shopping bag. Glass rattled, salsa spilled. Dad said only, "Later," and his voice brooked no questions. That night, the subject avoided us until fried deer steak and mashed potatoes sat cooling on the plates. Silence at our table was unnatural. Usually my sister told silly jokes and my mother teased Dad about his coffee habit. But that evening every clink of fork against china seemed to echo huge in the space between our shared nightmare and my mother's puzzlement. She broke first. "Why does everyone look like a coyote ate their homework?" she asked, half joking. I glanced at Dad. He nodded once, heavy, and I haltingly described the incident, the shot, the silence, the creature's impossible size, how it claimed the hog like a thief in daylight. Words spilled. Bent legs, amber eyes, dragged it like paper. Halfway through my telling, Dad excused himself from the table. In the utility closet he kept a trail camera receiver, a handheld device that plugged into SD cards so he could check photos on the fly. When he returned, he set the receiver in the middle of the table and tapped the screen. The image was grainy night vision, tinged green, but clear enough. A tall white figure walked upright past feeder 2 at 4:12 a.m., shoulders stooped, arms too long, head cocked sideways like a possum listening for traffic. Its eyes glowed yellow-white in the infrared. 2 frames later, the same figure bent at the feeder, wrenched the lid, and scattered corn across bare dirt. Then it turned its head and looked directly into the lens. My sister gasped. My mother crossed herself, a habit she'd kept from childhood, mass though she rarely attended church now, and murmured, "Lord preserve us." We stared at that picture until the screen dimmed. Afterward we spoke in low voices about what to do. Call game wardens? They'd blame feral dogs. Call a deputy? He'd laugh. Tell nobody? That felt cowardly but sensible. In the end, Dad and Kaysa's father decided on vigilance. They would check every fence panel for breaches, wire higher if needed, keep a rifle within arm's reach until daylight. Mom phoned the neighbors, 2 miles away, to warn them to keep pets inside. We told them only that a large predator was roaming, no mention of teeth shaped like broken bottles or eyes like sparking sulfur. Around 10, Kaysa's family headed home. In the silence afterward, I grabbed Dad's arm and asked, "Do you think it'll come here?" He hesitated before answering. "I think it already did, son." He meant the feeder photos. He patted my shoulder. "We'll stand watch." Dad spread a sleeping bag by the front picture window with my .308 and his 12-gauge leaning against the wall. I dozed on the couch, the stock of my .243 resting across my knees, barrel pointed at the ceiling. Mom sat in the recliner beside us, rosary beads slipping through her fingers. We listened to the wind and the crickets and the ticking wall clock. Sometime after midnight the security monitor chimed, motion detected. Dad tapped the display. Camera 3, aimed at the driveway gate, showed nothing but night fog. A coyote yipped far off. We exhaled. Then 4:06 a.m., another chime. Camera 2 again. The feeder. On screen, a deer stood stiff-legged, head up, ears swept back. My pulse thudded. The deer stamped, bolted left, and a blur lunged from the right. For half a second the frame froze on the pale figure clamping both clawed hands around the deer's throat. Screen black. Transmission ended. Dad whispered, "Jesus!" Beside me my sister stirred in her bedroom and whimpered through a dream. We remained inside until dawn painted the mesquites orange. Only then did Dad and I load up and drive the long ranch road to Camera 2. We carried rifles, but sunlight breeds bravery. We passed the east fence where the ATV had spooked 2 days earlier, and we slowed at the pond where the boar died. Its blood-stained darkened mud, no body, not even stray bristles. A drag mark led into brush. At Camera 2 we found the feeder lid open, hinges bent. Corn littered the ground in a semicircle. No deer carcass, only tufts of hide and a smear of entrails that vanished into cedar thicket. Dad kicked the dirt, frustration or fear I could not tell. He popped the SD card, slid it into the receiver, and tapped back through still images until we reached 4:12 a.m., the same as last night's live feed. There it was, the creature, taller than the feeder's 60-inch column, back hunched, teeth bared in grainy monochrome. Click. It grasped the lever with elongated fingers. Click. The lid buckled. Click. Corn rained down. Click. It sniffed the ground like a hound. Click. It raised its head, eyes alight, and stared into the camera with odd curiosity, almost amusement. Click. Blank frame. Dad pocketed the card. "We're done here," he said, voice flat. That afternoon he called a welder friend who built hog-proof wire. The friend installed heavier panels along the northern boundary. We strung motion lights near the barn and mounted extra cameras. For 2 weeks nothing disturbed the property. I returned to school, learned fractions, told teachers polite lies when they asked about my summer. But the nightmare lingered, especially at dusk when shadows pooled beneath live oak limbs. One evening I finished throwing feed and lingered at the fence line watching a possum waddle along the lane. Crickets chirped normal again. Yet I could not shake the conviction that the brush hid more than rabbits. I'm older now, 18, broad-shouldered, marksman qualified by ROTC. Still, sometimes I replay the sequence, the deaf forest hush, the hiss like dry twigs, the impossible strength lifting a dead boar into shadow. My rational mind offers explanations. Feral hog crossbred with escaped wolf dog, illness, trick of dusk light. But logic buckles under what eyes witnessed. And there is the armadillo. Yes, the armadillo. Weeks after the first encounter, Dad and I drove out at dawn to refill protein blocks. On the rutted lane, a pale armadillo ambled from grass to gravel. Normally they freeze or tuck inside armor when headlights approach. This one did not. It turned toward us, as if gauging. Then, with agonizing slowness, it crawled into the tire path and paused. Dad eased forward expecting it to scamper. Instead it arched its back, almost offered its belly, and under the front tire, thump. Dad cursed, braked, but too late. We stepped out. The armadillo lay mangled yet eerily bloodless. A single bright yellow eye regarded us, unblinking, until the last twitch subsided. Dad muttered prayers. I vomited by the roadside. Some say animals behave oddly before earthquakes. Others insist dark things can puppeteer lesser creatures. I don't know, only that we crushed a beast that seemed to want dying. Later, more oddities. Padlocks sprung open though keys hung inside the kitchen. Porch chairs repositioned overnight. One midnight Mom swore she glimpsed someone tall and pale at the edge of the yard. But when Dad raced out with a spotlight, he found only crushed bluebonnets marking 2 long strides. The next morning prints appeared inside the high fence. Hoof-shaped yet wrong, the cleaves splayed wider than any deer. They vanished near the creek. We never reported a single incident. Who would believe? Instead we adjusted routines. No evening hunts alone, no smoking breaks by the south pond, no lingering after dusk to admire fireflies. The land still feeds us, still feels like home, but a sliver of fear underlies every footstep. Sometimes I scroll the old images on Dad's receiver. I study the grainy frame where the creature looks into the lens as though into my eyes. What did it intend? Territory warning? Simple hunger? Or something less natural, an intelligence wearing hunger's guise? Kays and I drew the shape in my notebook once. We labeled parts: reverse bent leg, elongated humerus, overhung jaws. Beneath we wrote one word: predator. Capital P, as though naming a god. Then we shut the book. We never speak of it aloud. Not because the memory fades. Instead it grows sharper each spring when hogs root fresh earth, and each fall when the wind carries distant howls that are always, always coyote, until they are not. I learned 3 truths from that day. First, the wild still harbors things outside taxonomy, creatures that do not care for our fences or calibers. Second, silence in nature can shout louder than thunder. Third, courage is not bravado but the quiet decision to stand between danger and those you love, rifle steady, heart hammering, waiting for dawn or disaster. I will keep hunting with Dad. The ranch is in my blood. But every time I chamber around and level a scope I remember amber eyes watching from cedar gloom and remember that in this world a hunter can become prey faster than a trigger breaks. Somewhere beyond the mulch of shredded cedar and the hush of cicadas, something cold and cunning still moves, still tests locks, still waits for a moment when we forget to look over a shoulder. We have not forgotten. We never will. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'm 27 years old now, but the thing that came into my life the summer I turned 15 still follows me, still ruins everything it can touch. Whenever a run of bad luck shows up, when a relationship ends, when my grades dip for no reason, when I wake from a nightmare so vivid I have to check the windows, my first thought isn't, life happens. My first thought is, that thing is back. I live in the deep woods of Alabama, on property my family has owned for 3 generations. The house sits at the end of a rutted track that winds 13 miles from the nearest paved road. On every side there is forest, pine, oak, cedar, dense undergrowth, brackish little creeks that smell of iron during the long drought summers. We keep chickens, a few goats, a garden, and a pair of hounds because when you grow up here you learn quickly that the world outside your door is still half wild. When I was 15, my father gave me 2 gifts and 1 responsibility. The gifts were a homemade ghillie suit cut to my size and his father's old Remington bolt action .30-06, fitted with an aging but perfectly serviceable infrared scope. The responsibility was simple: help keep venison in the freezer the way he and my granddad always had. That first season I hunted hard. Before school, after school, every free Saturday, I was in the trees learning patience, learning to breathe with the forest instead of against it. Late one hot July night I lay belly down beneath a stand of river birch. It was the 4th hour of a sit. No cigarettes, no phone, no movement. The full moon was high, turning every leaf silver. Crickets chatted in the brush. Somewhere behind me an owl argued with its echo. That was when it happened the first time. One instant the woods were alive with normal noise. The next instant everything folded into silence, as if a great hand had smothered the land. Any hunter knows that hush. It means a larger predator has entered the scene. I thought it must be a catamount. We don't advertise it in Alabama, but mountain lions still prowl the back country. My heart jumped at the idea of seeing one, because a glimpse is rare and a clean shot is rarer. Then I saw motion through the scope, a shadow slipping between the trees, and my breath caught. Instead of a cat I found a black bear so limping into the clearing, one paw crimson. She collapsed against a pine, licking the wound while her cub, a fuzzball no bigger than a retriever, trotted out behind her. No hunter worth the name shoots a mother in front of her young. I eased the rifle down and simply watched, feeling lucky to witness such a private moment. And then the forest changed again. A second shadow, taller than the bear, dropped out of the blackness. The cub squealed once, high and terrified. I saw claws flash. The thing dragged the cub away so fast the image smeared across my vision. The mother bear rose roaring, tried to charge, and was hurled aside as if she weighed nothing. The clearing exploded with sound, wood splintering, flesh tearing, a scream I still hear when I close my eyes. Moonlight showed me what killed them. People on the internet call creatures like it not deer. The name hardly matters once you see one. Imagine a buck that has starved for months, all ribs and stretched skin. Replace its front hooves with hands, long, narrow palms, fingers tipped in knives. Strip the fur from its face until the bone shows white beneath patches of rot. Give it blind milk-white eyes and a rack of antlers grander than any 12-point that ever walked. Make it stand upright, swaying on hind legs that bend wrong at the knee. Finally, because horror has a smell, let it carry the stench of carrion so thick your stomach rolls from 30 yards away. I should have frozen. Instead, anger swallowed my fear. I lifted the Remington, set the crosshairs between those awful eyes, and fired. The night lit orange with muzzle flash. The .30-06 round struck with a sound like an axe biting oak, and clattered to the leaves. It had bounced off. The knot deer turned its head, surprised, then furious. It screamed, something between a stallion's shriek and metal torn across metal, and lunged. I don't remember standing up. I remember sprinting. Branches clawed my ghillie suit. The thing followed, smashing saplings, close enough that I felt its breath on my neck. Somehow I gained the porch, slammed the door, shoved the couch across it. All night it paced outside, testing windows, dragging claws across cedar siding, whispering in my parents' voices, "Son, let us in. We're home, let us in." I knew better. I cradled my Remington until dawn while that voice melted from Mom's timbre to Dad's to something that gurgled and hissed. By sunrise it was gone. I told no one. Try explaining to your father that the rifle he trusted now hangs useless against a monster made of nightmares. School started again. Basketball distracted me. I convinced myself it was over. Then this past spring, 18 months later, I broke my silence. MJ, my girlfriend, loved the woods almost as much as I did. She begged for a turkey hunt. I tried excuses. She teased. Pride won. One clear May morning we took the same path into the pines, ghillie suit folded in my pack, Remington cleaned and oiled. Nothing happened until twilight, when rustling to our right froze us mid-conversation. A tom? No. The mother bear's torn carcass slid across my mind, and I felt a cold hand clamp my lungs. We left without speaking. That night MJ sat up in bed at 3 a.m., shaking. Something had scratched on her bedroom window, 2 stories above ground. When she called, I heard the tears in her throat. While we talked, a man's voice outside her window murmured her name, then mine, then combined them like a child trying different keys until one fit. I told her to leave the house immediately. 10 minutes later, headlights cut my drive and she flung herself into my arms, sobbing that the voice laughed when she ran. The next days were hell. I walked the property with a loaded Glock on my hip. Every crow call twisted my gut. MJ slept in the spare room and woke screaming, claiming something white-eyed peered through the blinds. On the 3rd night she begged me to drive her home. She would not cross my threshold again. After she left, things unraveled fast. My phone filled with missed calls, friends, teachers, MJ, until they stopped trying. My grades cratered. Dad grounded me from hunting, but the forest didn't need an invitation. Twice a week, sometimes more, I found signs, claw marks on the door, segments of deer spine arranged on the porch like runes. Once a bear cub's skull, stripped perfectly clean, placed atop the mailbox. Finally, in August, I set cameras, cheap motion detectors linked to an old laptop. The 2nd night they triggered. Playback showed me kneeling in the yard, burying that cub's skull beside the garden. 30 yards behind me, half hidden in kudzu, the nadir watched with its head cocked, as if curious how humans mourn. When I finished and rose to leave, it stepped forward. The feed froze, static, then black. The next frame was empty. I don't know what it wants. Revenge? Entertainment? I know only that it is patient, and clever, and hates me. Every failure I suffer feels like its breath on my neck again. I moved a dresser against the front door. The 5 diagonal gouges remain as warning. I keep the Glock loaded beside my pillow, though bullets mean nothing. Sometimes after midnight I hear it circling the house, humming in voices I loved, voices I'll never trust again. The morning that Jay and I first set out into that stretch of woodland, I remember thinking that nothing could possibly disturb the calm I felt. The southern English countryside that spreads between our 2 towns often looks tame compared with the wilder, rock-strewn peaks farther north, yet its gentler slopes hide pockets of deep, dark forest that can swallow sound and light in less than a dozen paces. We had walked these bigger, better-known paths many times before. We parked the cars under a row of skeletal beeches whose branches clicked together in the winter breeze, zipped our coats against the chill, unclipped Jay's cocker spaniel from the boot and let him bound ahead, ears flapping. At first the only noise was the dog's tag chiming and our boots crunching frosted leaf litter. We chatted about nothing in particular. Work deadlines he hated, a show I had half-watched the night before, while the dog ran loops from one verge to the other. After 45 minutes the main trail began to feel too civilized, and the same wanderlust that had tugged us off course in childhood nudged us both at once. At a fallen waymarker we looked at each other, shrugged and turned at a right angle into the wall of thinner, taller pines that waited beyond the official route. The difference was immediate. The air inside those trees felt still and old, as though it had not moved since the last storms of autumn. Sparse winter light slanted between the trunks and painted the earth in pale bars. It smelled of damp needles and silent decay. We slowed our pace without speaking, ducking under occasional branches. Even the spaniel tiptoed, tail half-raised, sniffing at nothing. Deeper in, perhaps 10 minutes from any point a casual rambler would choose, we reached a fence we had never noticed on earlier visits. It was roughly 2 meters high, lashed together from silver wire and crowned with rusty barbed coils. On the far side lay a sloping field tufted with winter grass. The woodland resumed beyond that line in a darker, thicker band. No gate, no stile, no sign, just that ragged barrier and the hush of an afternoon tilting toward dusk. The dog trotted up to the fence, then froze. A muscle in his flank twitched. His head tilted and one forepaw hovered above the ground, classic pointer behavior, though he had never pointed at anything more menacing than a pheasant. I followed his stare, but saw only emptiness and the descending sun. I was about to call him back when a laugh drifted across the field. It did not sound like the natural, involuntary burst of warmth that belongs to an overheard conversation in the supermarket queue. It was thinner, stretched somehow, almost metallic, and it carried on the breeze with a faint but unmistakable malice. My first stupid thought was that someone from the village had hidden behind a tree and decided to play a prank. The woods attract teenagers with nothing better to do. But the dog's reaction made that idea wither. His ears flattened, hackles rose along his spine, and a low, surprised growl swelled in his throat. I felt the fine hairs on my own arms bristle. Jay and I turned to each other, and the expression on his face mirrored the confusion in mine: open mouth, furrowed brow, silent question. Before either of us could speak, the dog barked, sharp and shocked. Our heads whipped back toward the fence, and that was when we saw the figure. He, or it, stood motionless just inside the opposite tree line, half obscured by a clump of bare hazel but unmistakably watching. In height he exceeded 6.5 feet easily, maybe 6'10", lanky yet somehow hulking. Over a bony frame he wore a pair of baggy yellow overalls, the kind you might see on linesmen working beside a motorway at night, but smeared with earth as though they had been dragged for miles. Strands of hair the color of decaying copper clung to his head, long enough to touch the collarbone. The dog's warning became a series of frantic yaps. The figure neither flinched nor advanced. The pale of his exposed face, though mottled by stripes of shadow, struck me as unnaturally devoid of pigment, the blank clay hue of something that has never felt blood rush beneath its surface. Fight, flight, or freeze. I like to imagine that in a crisis I would choose the first, that some dormant courage would shove me forward. But something in that figure's stillness activated a deeper animal circuit. Turn, run, keep running. We did not shout a plan. We simply pivoted in near unison, the way flocks of starlings veer, and sprinted back along our broken track. Branches whipped my cheeks. Cold air burned my lungs. Behind us the dog barreled through brush, nails scrabbling on frost-hardened soil. If the figure pursued, we never knew. Fear banned us from looking. Only when the brown of pine needles gave way to the wider beech trunks did we slow, heavy breaths sawing at the quiet. Adrenaline turned my fingertips numb. Jay leaned on a mossy root, wide-eyed, shaking his head. I tried to conjure rational explanations. Maybe a very tall hiker with eccentric fashion sense, maybe an off-duty railway worker. But each theory dissolved against the memory of that bent smile we thought we glimpsed amid his matted hair. Back on the main path we regained some bravado. We scooped frozen earth onto the dog's trembling paws, muttered half-jokes, tried to laugh. Dawn chorus of robins and tits replaced the silence that had wrapped those deeper pines. By the time we reached the car park we believed, or pretended, that the episode belonged to the annals of overactive imagination. Neither of us raised it with friends in the pub that weekend. Grown men. Embarrassing to admit we had run from a shape. 2 weeks slipped by. Christmas lights blinked along the high street. Frost hardened the puddles that rutted the field edges. One gray Saturday we agreed to meet in another forest 5 or 6 miles east, closer to his family's farm. Nothing strange ever happened there, we told ourselves, and anyway daylight would erase superstition. We parked before dawn because his spaniel always found dawn patrol exhilarating. The dog sniffed the air, steamed breath curling. Jay flagged the longer loop on a phone app and we set out, hands hidden in pockets, collar tips grazing our chins. We joked about the cost of the festive beers, about his sister's new boyfriend, about anything except tall figures with red hair. An hour in, crossing a narrow boardwalk over swampy ground, a weight settled on the back of my tongue, the sensation you feel when someone behind you is staring, the nape prickles. Without speaking, we both slowed. A flank of alder trees stooped over the black water on our right. To the left the earth rose into tangled brambles. The dog's ears rotated but he didn't bark. Somewhere a kite screamed. At first I blamed lingering dread from the earlier trek. Yet when I glanced side-on at Jay he was scanning the undergrowth too, lips drawn thin. We resumed walking. The feeling persisted, ebbing, tightening, like a pulse you cannot unhear once noticed. Near the car park, 10 minutes from coffee, something flashed between trunks on my left, a smear of color too bright for winter woodland. I wheeled, convinced I had imagined it, then caught the tail of it again, arcing behind a holly. Dirty yellow. In the same instant Jay stiffened beside me. He did not need to say what he had seen because the spaniel started to whine, the sound low and uncertain. I forced myself to stare past the curtain of ivy into the darkness between yews. There, brief as a photo flash, the same shade of red-brown hair. The same unnatural height. My stomach fell. No sound but our breathing and a windless hush, yet I recognized the thrill of hunted prey. Jay murmured a curse. We did not debate. We walked, faster this time but striving to appear calm, the way manuals advise when wolves trail a herd animal. The dog kept pausing, looking over his shoulder. The laugh reached us as we rounded the last bend, a warped resonance, stretched on invisible wires. I have attempted to reproduce it for relatives since but always fail. Human throats cannot duplicate that pitch of dry amusement. Both of us swore simultaneously. At the edge of vision I thought I saw a chalky mask float between trunks, devoid of eyes. Daylight bled from the cloud lid. We jogged, then sprinted the final stretch, boots skidding on sleet-slick leaves. We slammed the car doors and sat in silence, chest heaving. Jay's hands quivered so violently he fumbled the ignition. Only after he managed to start the engine did we glance back down the track. Nothing but ragged holly leaves trembling in exhaust fumes. The weeks that followed acquired a muted tension. At work I stared at spreadsheets yet processed none of the numbers. In the supermarket I jumped when trolleys clattered. Jay confessed in a late-night message that he sometimes woke convinced that a pale grin hovered outside his bedroom window. His spaniel began barking at the back door without cause, hackles spiking. Even inside well-lit pubs we felt a remote surveillance, as if yellow overalls might rustle outside the frosted glass at any moment. One evening, months later, Jay invited me for dinner at his cottage. The spaniel greeted me, tail low. We cooked pasta, drank half a bottle of Malbec, tried to bury our memories under talk of mundane grievances, delays on the rail line, football scores. As we cleared plates, Jay froze mid-step, gaze locked on the patio doors. I followed his stare. Past the glass rose the silhouette of a humanoid shape, stretched, angular. The security light should have activated yet did not. For 3 heartbeats it lingered. The outline seemed taller than the lintel, its shoulders sloped like a scarecrow stripped by wind. Then it glided left, out of sight. No footsteps on gravel, no rustle. We rushed outside armed with the heaviest kitchen knives, yet the yard was empty. No footprints in the wet soil near the rosemary bush, though the branches quivered. The sensor bulb flicked on only after we stepped into its arc, as if power had been cut seconds earlier than restored. Jay's cottage backs onto open wheat fields, no alley, no screening fence. Whatever had stood there could not have found shelter in the time we took to unlatch the door. We searched with torches, calling but hearing only the whistle of distant traffic and the dog whining from inside. That night I slept in Jay's guest room. Sleep came in broken waves, each time shattered by dreams in which a crimson-haired farmer in stained yellow bib embrace watched me from hedgerows. Morning brought thin sunshine. We laughed, brittle, at our own anxiety, yet neither of us returned to those forests. Even so, the sensation of observation sometimes follows me through suburban streets. When streetlights buzz and cars hiss by, I still recall the day the spaniel pointed, tail rigid, and the woods exhaled a laugh as cold as hoarfrost. 10 months have passed. I moved 60 miles north for work, but when I visit the old town I sense the same weight. Jay says the spaniel refuses evening walks. He has spotted tall ginger weeds in ditches where none grew before. Once he found a scrap of canary-colored fabric snagged on brambles near his fence, foul-smelling, as if dipped in sewage. Whether we disturbed something older than the path or whether it singled us out long before the first sighting, I cannot know. I tell myself that the countryside holds many eccentric vagrants. That trick of light explains the first vision, that hysteria explains the rest. Yet whenever winter dusk gathers, a fragment of that metallic cackle resurfaces in memory, and I hurry indoors before shadows lengthen enough to house a figure too tall for human bones. Perhaps if I ignore the presence it will lose interest. Perhaps curiosity feeds it. All I know is this: somewhere between those two woodlands, under a canopy of skeletal beech and pine, a silent watcher drifts. It wears a pale grin and filthy overalls and hair like old rust. It dislikes being seen. And if you hear laughter that seems to come from the earth itself, do not meet its gaze. Keep your dog close, your mouth shut, and your feet moving toward the light. I was born in a small city on the edge of the Volga River. But when I was 5, my mother and I moved south so she could take a better-paying job. She was newly divorced, always tired, and completely alone in raising me. She cleaned offices 6 nights a week, stacked shelves in a grocery store during the day, and still tried to study bookkeeping so she could find something steadier. Because she never had enough hours or energy to keep an eye on a curious little girl, she often packed a suitcase for me, put a wool cap on my head, and put me on a night train that rumbled eastward for 6 hours. At dawn the train would stop at a whistle-stop station, nothing more than a cracked concrete platform, a sagging wooden bench, and a faded sign that read, "Lesne." That was the end of the line. My grandmother waited there every time. She wore a padded coat even in April, and she always brought a red check blanket that smelled of lilac soap and would smoke. She would fold it around me, kiss the top of my head, lift my little case with an arm still knotted from hauling pig feed, and say, "All right, Malishka, let's go home." Home meant a village of about 24 houses scattered around an abandoned collective farm in the middle of thick, rolling forest. People there still heated with stoves and kept goats for milk. In the mornings the road smelled of wet earth and manure. At night it smelled of pine trees and peat fires. Most roofs were patched with tar paper. The telephone lines had been dead for years, and almost everyone in the village lived on whatever they could grow, gather, or barter. The town had once been a way station for loggers, hunters, and river barges, but by the early 2000s it was a place where the outside world rarely bothered to visit. To me, however, it was a freedom that city children never tasted. I could run barefoot in loam so rich it stained my soles charcoal black, eat brambleberries warm from the sun, and fall asleep under a slate-colored sky filled with wheeling cranes. My grandmother, Clara Ivanovna, was both respected and feared. She kept bees in straw-hived skeps, knitted socks so tightly they never wore through, and knew exactly how to set a broken wing on an owl. Old men came to her doorway when their joints ached, and young women came when they wanted to know if a fiancé would stay true. She wrapped coins in onion skin, burned juniper branches, and told me to spit 3 times on the threshold before entering a room where someone was ill. Superstitions. My mother used to laugh, but when she left me in my grandmother's care she still made the sign of the cross before hurrying away. During the first summer I lived with grandmother Clara, she found a place for me in the tiny village kindergarten. It was nothing more than the ground floor of an old forester's house, 2 rooms divided by a sagging bookshelf, a stovepipe, and stacks of folding cots. The children were mostly toddlers whose parents drove potatoes into the nearest town to sell, so by local standards my 6 years made me practically an adult, tall enough to stir buckwheat porridge, brave enough to fetch firewood from the pile behind the outhouse. On misty mornings the teacher, a square-shouldered widow named Mrs. Balakareva, walked us up the lane in single file so we could practice naming dog Rose, Crowberry, and Aspen. We returned for lunch, napped while she darned mittens, and then endured tales meant to keep curious children from wandering after dark. She told us about forest spirits who lure the careless. She told us about the bolotnik who hides in bog pools and sucks air from the lungs of anyone who strays from the path. And she told a story that sank into my mind like splintered bone, a story about a stranger who stumbled into our settlement one autumn and emerged days later jabbering about eyeless wolves, hollow-breasted deer, and a shape that stood higher than the birches yet cast no shadow. He survived, she always finished. But he forgot his own name. Such is the price of meeting what lives under black pines. I like scary tales more than lullabies. Whenever thunder rolled across low clouds, a common sound in that damp, peat-rich region, I begged for new horrors. One cloudy day a gale rattled windows in their frames and the school's electricity snapped off. Candles flickered inside colored jars. Raindrops hammered the tin roof so loudly that conversation became a murmur. I leaned close to Mrs. Balakareva's chair and asked for a story that would eclipse them all. She sighed, rubbed her apron over hands that smelled of beet soup, and said she would tell only one more. This time her voice dropped until we had to lean forward. She spoke of a wanderer who once lost his way on the road between Lesnoy and the old steam saw settlement. For 2 nights he walked through endless trees until hunger split his belly like a bread crust. At dawn on the 3rd day he saw water glimmering past the trunks and dragged himself to its edge. There he watched graceful animals bending to drink, but something about them seemed wrong. Their antlers hung like dead branches and their hides sagged as if skin no longer fit their bones. He was about to call out. He hoped another hunter might lead him to dry shelter, when one animal twisted its head. Instead of eyes there were only pits. Instead of hooves, black nails. It rose on hind legs until its ribs showed through parchment skin. Then it opened a long red mouth and wailed like a hurt child. The wanderer fled and somehow reached the village sawmill. Snow fell by then. His feet froze. Though men wrapped him in sacking and poured raw vodka between his teeth, he could only gasp the same 3 words. "It hears hunger." By spring he was dead. "It hears hunger," Mrs. Balakareva repeated, as if that explained why the windows trembled or why children should stay indoors if fog gathered under spruce branches. My grandmother arrived late that afternoon. Rain made the track a river of mud. She greeted Mrs. Balakareva, accepted a jar of nettle honey, and led me beneath her shawl for the slog home. On the way she asked what stories we had heard. I told her about the wanderer. Grandmother's jaw tightened. "Remember this," she muttered, barely audible above the squelch of her galoshes. "If ever you feel watched among these trees, you must shut your mouth, hide your scent, and step backwards until pine needles lie between you and fresh grass. Only then should you turn and run. And never whistle. Whistling invites." For a while those words were enough to keep my curiosity tethered. Summer faded into damp September. Mushrooms pushed up like brown fists in roadside ditches. Moths clustered on our window pane by the dozen. When school resumed in October, grandmother took a job at a special boarding school 10 kilometers away. She rose before dawn, left porridge warming on the stove, and returned near sunset. I was sometimes left alone for parts of the day, but there was always a neighbor to watch from a gate or call out if smoke curled too thickly from our chimney. On Saturdays grandmother brought me along to the children's home. Older students carved spoons from juniper. Younger ones embroidered cloth squares. One boy my age clapped whenever geese flew overhead. A girl who had been born without legs used crutches to chase barn cats across a courtyard where hydrofoil parts lay rusting in weeds. They showed me how to tie fishing line onto a willow wand and how to dye wool with onion skin. It was a rough-edged place yet filled with industry and laughter, so different from the hush of our forest clearing that I begged to accompany grandmother whenever possible. On a Thursday morning in late October, low clouds pressed down until the landscape looked as if some giant had peeled away the sun. Grandmother tugged a scarf below her nose and said I must stay home. She had chores to finish at the boarding school and would not return until late. I promised that I would split kindling, feed the hens, and remain indoors once dusk came. She kissed my forehead, packed a thermos of tea, and disappeared up the lane. I did my chores, ate currant jam on black bread, and spent an hour drawing crooked castles on newsprint. The day might have passed uneventfully if not for the sudden arrival of 2 classmates. They appeared unannounced at the gate, cheeks bright with anticipation. Their names were Lena and Sasha, and because they were older by nearly a year I tried hard to impress them. They wore rubber boots, carried a pocket compass, and claimed they were heading to the old drainage pond to test a small raft made of birch poles. Would I join? I hesitated. Grandmother's warnings rattled like dry seeds. Yet the thought of adventure sparkled. I said yes. We followed a sandy track past the empty sawmill, over a frozen meadow where storks once hunted, and into the same curtain of pines that loomed behind the kindergarten. Brown needles lay 3 deep, fallen cones cracked underfoot. At first we chattered about marching songs and which city sweets tasted best. The farther we walked, however, the less light filtered through branches. The forest pressed closer, and our voices dwindled to whispers. We found the pond, an oval no larger than a farmer's field, rimmed by cattails that rattled like bones in wind. The raft, a haphazard tangle of poles lashed with telephone wire, lay on the bank. Sasha shoved it toward water. It floated only seconds before sodden bark drank its own weight, and it began to sink. We laughed too loudly and tossed pebbles at its bobbing ends. That was when I noticed the silence. No finches called. No woodpeckers hammered. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. An odor rose, rancid, iron-sharp. Lena wrinkled her nose and said perhaps a deer had died. Sasha lifted a hand as if to hush us. Between skeletal birch trunks on the far shore, something stepped into view. It was as pale as moon bleached by frost, and it stood taller than any man I had seen. Its limbs looked stretched, as though each joint had been drawn further apart on purpose. Wide shoulders tapered to a waist no thicker than my own. 2 holes where eyes should have shone dark, and horns, no, antlers, jutted like storm-splintered branches. Yet its skull did not quite resemble a stag's. Around the jaw hung tatters of withered hide. Beneath that bone mask, ribs rose and fell as if the thing breathed through parchment. For one heartbeat we all stared. The creature tilted its head, scenting the air. Then it stepped toward us with a gait neither animal nor human, too fluid, too deliberate. Sasha whispered, "Run!" We turned as one and plunged back the way we'd come. Pine needles slicked underfoot, branches whipped faces. Something moved behind, first a subtle crack, then the thunder of heavy weight crashing through brush. Breath burned my throat. Lena sobbed. We reached the meadow, but the open land offered no comfort. We were small targets beneath huge, bruise-colored sky. Sasha veered toward the sawmill ruins. I followed, lungs screaming. Wind gusted, carrying a sound that has haunted every night since, a voice like wood dragged across gravel, groaning 3 syllables. It hears hunger. The mill's storage shed had lost its roof long ago, but stone walls remained. We dove through a doorway where half a plank still hung. Sasha slammed his shoulder against the opening, heaving limp timber across as a makeshift bar. Inside smelled of rust and stale mushroom spores. We crouched behind tumbled sacks of peat pellets, clasped hands over mouths. Outside, footfalls circled. Slow. Testing. A snort, wet, almost canine, slid under the doorframe. Boards creaked as though immense weight leaned against them. With each second the thing's rank breath seeped through gaps. Lena's teeth chattered so loudly I feared it would hear. I pressed her trembling fingers. Sasha fumbled for something. A hatchet rusted to its haft. Minutes ground by. Then silence. Longer silence. At last Sasha dared to peek through a knothole. He stiffened. "It's by the trees," he mouthed. I looked. The figure stood amid trunks on the meadow's far edge, head swiveling. Its arms dangled grotesquely long, claws tipped each finger. It did not step closer. Instead it lifted its muzzle to the gray sky and unleashed a howl so piercing that my vision darkened. The sound contained no hope, no mercy, only crushing hunger. I knew then the wanderer's babble was truth. It hunts by scent of fear and does not stop until flesh sates the emptiness inside that waist-thin chest. The creature retreated into gloom. We waited until dusk bled into complete black. Only then did we creep from the shed, sprint across frost-crusted grass, and follow the road to the village with moonlit breath steaming before us. Sasha's father, brown-haired Mr. Fomenko, found us staggering near his gate and demanded answers. Lena could not speak. Sasha vomited bile. I choked out half a story. Mr. Fomenko's face changed. Anger, disbelief, then fear so raw it made him appear ancient. He herded us inside, slammed shutters, and threw salt across the threshold. "No one walks that pond path now," he told us in a voice like bark tearing from a tree. "And none of you must mention this to outsiders. Words invited here." When grandmother returned, she listened to Mr. Fomenko. She said nothing until we were inside her kitchen, kerosene lamp trembling. Then she gripped my shoulders so firmly I felt bruises the next day and whispered, "Mark where you set foot that day. We will take another route until spring." She boiled cedar needles, forced me to drink, rubbed ashes along door frames, and buried my muddy boots beneath the chicken coop. That night wolfish wails drifted from the forest's direction. Hens fluttered, dogs refused to leave like huts. 2 mornings later grandmother led me to the pond path in full daylight. Sun shone but frost rimed every shadow. We carried buckets of lime from the abandoned lime pit. At intervals she poured white powder across the track, muttering half-prayers handed down from her Komi ancestors. Where the path met the pond clearing she emptied a whole bucket in a circle, then set a blackened cauldron upside down within it. "No more talk of sightings," she told me. "Curiosity is a net. Whomever casts questions may catch a snare instead of answers." Winter came early. Snow layered fir branches like wool quilts. Ice locked soil until axes broke halves. Yet something still moved beyond the woodpile at night. Prints too large for elk, strides too long to be a bear. Several hens vanished. A neighbor's dog was found days later, skin clean but uneaten. The village storekeeper nailed cedar crosses above his entryway. Mothers sprinkled vinegar around cradles. People nodded at one another yet avoided explanation. By March my mother's circumstances improved. She obtained an apartment job cleaning offices at night and a daytime post in a translation agency. She wrote that she could take me home permanently. The train returned me west, away from those endless woods. I grew older, moved to St. Petersburg, learned English, studied architecture. Still, certain nights I smell iron-tainted wind or dream of eyeless antlers rising where silver dawn meets black water. Year passed, childhood faded, but memory kept its claws. I seldom spoke of that day. Most friends file such stories under rural superstition. I myself debated whether panic magnified a rogue moose or diseased wolf. Yet nightmares persisted. Once, during university, migraine forced me to lay in a dormitory darkroom. As thunder rattled windows, I heard distant howls woven through the roar. At that moment lightning flashed and on the opposite rooftop I saw a silhouette, tall, thin, horned. It vanished when glare subsided, leaving only thunder's growl. Perhaps imagination. Perhaps something that followed the remembered scent of fear across provinces and years. In 2020 the pandemic shuttered international flights. Borders sealed. Work stalled. I took leave to visit my grandmother, now 85 yet still tending bees. She had moved closer to town recently, but we decided to journey one last time to the old village to collect jars stored in her root cellar and salvage window glass. Snow melted late that year. Roads turned to glue. We hired Mikhail, a relative with a buckling UZ Jeep. He drove while grandmother hummed funeral hymns. Saplings choked the track where I once walked. Roofs collapsed inward like rotted lungs. Even so, some cottages still raised blue smoke, stubborn elders who refused flats with radiators. We reached our house near dusk. Timbers leaned but walls stood. I gathered jars. Grandmother filled boxes with pewter spoons. We worked fast. Both felt the press of approaching dark. Around 8 o'clock an overcast twilight settled. A wood grouse clattered up from yard weeds, startling me so hard I dropped a jar. The crash rang across clearing like a bell. Silence replied. That same silence from my childhood memory. Grandmother's fingers tightened on my sleeve. "Inside," she said. We bolted door latches, doused the lamp, and crouched behind ragged curtains. Outside, twilight thickened ink. Then, among distant trunks, a shape stirred. Not a bear, not a man. It glided, trailing brittle breath. A train whistle howled from far valley. At that sound the creature turned its hollow gaze toward the house. It began to circle the clearing. Under my grandmother's whispered chants, I felt 30 years slip away. Again I was a child tasting currant jam and raw terror. The thing pawed earth where our chicken run once lay. It lifted its muzzle and inhaled. I gripped a rust-flecked hatchet, the same, perhaps, Sasha had held years ago. But weapon seemed futile against hunger that walks on 2 legs. Grandmother reached into her coat. From a linen pouch she removed a shriveled knot of birch gall soaked in beeswax. She flung it into the stove still warm from tea, snapped a match, and closed the iron door. Smoke wove through chimney. Outside came a shriek so sharp it rattled rafters. Then silence. Complete. When we dared peek, clearing was empty. We left before dawn, leaving behind jars, spoons, memories. On the drive back, grandmother told me the fuller version she once withheld. Long before collective farms, Comey hunters spoke of an entity born from starvation. During harsh winters when families died snow-locked in huts, spirits devoured the last embers of life and rose wearing what remained of human shape, stretched grotesque by endless craving. It stalked forests, dragging cold with it. Only cedar smoke infused with wax from summer hives could mask the living scent and turn relentless appetite aside. "It hears hunger," grandmother quoted the wanderer's phrase. "But it also hears hope. That is why you must never speak its name when you feel alone among trees." Today I live thousands of kilometers away, in the bustle of Toronto's glass towers. Street lights chase all but manufactured dark. I design cafes and rooftop decks, yet sometimes when crowds thin and air turns damp, a raw memory surfaces, pine needles under small feet, a pond grown still, and a hollow-eyed figure whose presence empties the world of sound. I have learned to carry cedar shavings in my coat pocket. Superstition, maybe. Insurance, certainly. And when I visit my mother now living in Vancouver, I remind her gently that some things cannot be laughed away. She kisses my cheek, says adulthood breeds strange habits, but I catch her glance lingering on the forested ridge beyond her balcony. She has never been to Lesnoy, yet I think she feels the echo all the same. I write this not to prove but to remember. Memory is a fence built of words, and each retelling hammers another board against what slips through cracks. If you ever find yourself on a path where birds cease to sing and shadows swallow the last noon light, do not whistle. Do not speak. Step backward across needles, hold your breath, and run toward whatever sunlight remains. And if, decades later, an autumn wind smells faintly of iron, burn cedar and thank the bees, for their summer labor may yet purchase your dawn from what prowls beneath leafless boughs. I grew up believing that fate had assigned me a strange companion, an invisible presence that followed every important turn of my life, a presence that enjoyed showing itself in small, unnerving ways. Lights flickered when I was upset, radios switched stations by themselves when I sang along, the family dog sometimes barked at thin air, and then wandered away with its tail pressed between its legs. Most people have one or two odd stories they can tell at a party, but I had a whole collection. Still, none of those memories came close to what I experienced earlier this year on the grounds of my university in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Until that dawn, I thought I understood the rules. Ghosts nudged, spirits whispered, poltergeists sulked and shoved, but they never really harmed anyone if you showed a little respect. I was wrong, and I learned that lesson beside a narrow creek less than a 5-minute walk from my dormitory. My campus sits on land that once belonged to an enormous psychiatric hospital, the kind of place journalists describe as sprawling or grim. The asylum opened in the 19th century and kept its gates locked for generations. Even after New Zealand officially committed to more humane mental health policies in the late 20th century, the old wards limped on as a so-called therapeutic community, then as a makeshift forensic unit, and finally as a minimum security prison where inmates picked turnips in the adjoining fields. Not long after the prison was decommissioned, the government offered the site to the local polytechnic, which had outgrown its urban storefronts. Instead of building shiny lecture halls from scratch, the college renovated what it could, bulldozed a few fire hazard wings, and swore it would knock down the rest whenever funding arrived. In the meantime, students trekked past boarded windows, blocked stairwells, and twisted fire escapes. Some lecturers treated the ruins as cautionary tales, others as hands-on history lessons, but nobody hated them more than the demolition crew, who discovered asbestos, hidden cellars, and decaying paperwork every time they went near the foundations. The whole place felt heavy, as if the ground still remembered the thickness of locked doors and the echo of hopeless voices. It did not surprise me when friends whispered about night screams, phantom keys, or pale shapes drifting through door frames. I sensed that the land itself stored anger like a coal seam storing old fire. Because of that reputation, Newcomers assumed every abandoned building on campus must be haunted, yet students kept exploring anyway. They organized midnight tours, held secret drinking sessions in dusty corridors, and tried to outdo one another with photographs of crumbling isolation cells or graffiti-covered hydrotherapy tubs. I never took part in those excursions. Old houses make me uneasy at the best of times, and something in my bones told me to leave the crumbling asylum wings alone. Instead, when the weight of study pressed on my chest, I walked in the opposite direction, toward the creek that cut through a patch of native bush at the eastern boundary of campus. Most people never bothered with that corner because motorway noise spoiled the idea of wilderness, but the trunks of mature Cahacadia, Rimu, and Puriri muffled the traffic well enough for me. If I sat on the grassy bank and kept my back to the highway, the only hints of civilization were the faint hum of tires and the distant clang of building tools. The creek helped too, whispering over stones and sliding beneath stands of supplejack. When insomnia won its nightly argument, I could slip outside before dawn, cross the quad, disappear among the trees, and pretend I had journeyed hundreds of kilometers from deadlines and fluorescent corridors. On that particular morning in early autumn, the sky was the color of bruised lavender, caught halfway between night and sunrise. Air lay still and warm, so warm that my breath barely clouded, yet a thin stripe of mist floated above the creek like a shrugging scarf. I carried a thermos of coffee, my phone, a battered notebook, and a folding knife I kept in my jacket out of habit. The knife was nothing dramatic, just a sensible blade my father gave me for camping, but touching its handle always reminded me that fear and preparedness could coexist. I reached the clearing with its careless slope of kikuyu grass, eased myself onto the bank, and tried to empty my head while Tsui argued overhead. Water moved in ribbons. Algae drifted like slow fireworks. Now and then a cockabooly flicked upstream, scattering sediment clouds that glittered when sunrise leaned closer to the horizon. I wrote a couple of lines about ripples, closed my notebook, hugged my knees, and listened to the dawn choir thicken. At first, the hush crept over me so quietly that I mistook it for concentration. One moment I blinked at birdsong, the next moment I sensed absence. No wingbeats thumped, no insects clicked, no breeze rattled flax blades. Even the motorway hush dwindled, as if tires now slid across velvet instead of asphalt. A hand-stitched silence pressed against my eardrums, and into that silence flowed a wrongness so sour that my gums itched. Gooseflesh prickled up my arms. My lungs tugged fast, shallow breaths though the air had not cooled. I felt watched, not adored or tolerated, but studied the way a stoat studies a waiter. The sensation fixed me in place. My muscles flooded with the damp cement of dread, and still I could not decide whether to run or hide. Footsteps broke the hush, slow, deliberate, too heavy for a possum, too graceful for a drunken student. Leaf litter rustled, but twigs never snapped, as if each step calculated the exact pressure needed to disturb mulch without cracking sticks. I clenched my coffee cup until the metal ticked under my fingernails. I wanted to whirl around, not to greet whatever approached but to measure the distance between us, to judge whether I could outpace it, yet some primitive part of my brain screamed that movement would invite attention. I squeezed my eyelids together, inhaled through my nose, tasted stagnant water and warm soil, forced myself to count 4 slow heartbeats, then opened my eyes in time to watch mirrored creek ripples quiver. A splash. Another. Something waded into the channel opposite me. Water reached its calves. No, that measurement did not compute. Calves meant a human shape, yet the ripples curved wider than any human's lower legs unless the stranger weighed more than a front row forward. My gut cramped. I could not pretend a nocturnal tramp had stumbled into my refuge. The thing paused, as though savoring tension, then advanced until it planted both feet on the far bank, exactly across from me. Moss-dark ferns drooped behind it, framing the silhouette. A student stood within arm's reach of that undergrowth, but the stance looked wrong, shoulders pitched slightly forward, arms hanging too straight. As the first true sunrise speared between trunks, lemon-pink light licked across the figure's face, and recognition punched me. I stared at the unmistakable cheekbones, the mole above the right eyebrow, the chipped silicone phone case dangling from slack fingers. The newcomer was my closest friend on campus, Tyler, yet he was supposed to be visiting his parents in Christchurch, more than 600 kilometers south. He had caught a night ferry. He could not possibly be here. Before my brain finished assembling excuses, the duplicate Tyler smiled. The mouth curved wide but lacked warmth, a grin stretched onto the skull like an elastic band that might snap any second. Teeth gleamed too white, gums too dark. I whispered Tyler's name, or tried to. No sound escaped. My throat constricted around the syllables as if a fist had closed on my windpipe. Every instinct insisted I skid backward, yet my calves pressed the damp grass, refusing to cooperate. The grin widened. Then the copy raised one hand in a slow wave, and the motion rippled skin around the wrist, not human skin but mottled, cartilage-stiff hide near the color of wet driftwood. Sunlight should have gilded that hand, yet instead it seemed to soak into the surface, swallowed by pockets of matte black that yawned between knuckles. I uncurled my right fist. My palm found the smooth scales of the knife handle and curled around them. Even with that comfort, my voice remained locked. As if irritation flicked behind those counterfeit eyes, the thing tilted its head, twisting until the neck angled farther than vertebrae allowed. The face glistened, melted, reassembled. Eyebrows slithered higher. Wetness filmed the cheekbones, then sloughed away, leaving grayish flesh that no longer matched my friend's complexion. I fought nausea. Every old family tale about mimic spirits screamed through memory. See the eyes, test the voice, never reveal your fear. Yet my fear pulsed larger than my heartbeat. Still twisted sideways, the creature stepped into the creek again. Water bulged around ankles that now lengthened into tapering, deer-like joints. I rose too fast. Pins and needles battered my thighs. I took one step back, chest brushing supplejack. A hoarse whisper tore from me. "Go away." The words sounded pathetic. The entity responded with laughter, a sound like high-pitched birdsong packed in tar. It did not vibrate the air. Instead it fizzed inside my skull, multiplied like bacterial colonies, echoed behind my eyes. Cold sweat burst along my spine despite the sultry air. The creature advanced, each step spraying water that evaporated before droplets struck moss. I shuffled backward, hitting a broad tree trunk. My free hand scrabbled against the bark, searching for notches, anything to help me climb. More laughter. The black pits of its pupils dilated outward, swallowing iris, sclera, until only 2 polished stones remained. Those stones held me pinioned. Another pair of footsteps rustled behind me, heavier, human, accompanied by low voices. 2 joggers emerged on the path that skirted the clearing. They wore earbuds, swung elbows, nodded at my stiff posture. I tried to shout a warning. The call tangled behind my teeth. The creature froze mid-stride, regard sliding from me to the newcomers and back. I saw calculation tighten shoulder blades. If it learned that I could not cry out, maybe it would turn its hunger toward easier prey. I mustered a tiny shake of my head, imploring the joggers with my eyes though they saw only a stranger clinging to bark. Sunlight brightened, true sunrise now, streaming across the clearing. The entity hissed. Not a mythic hiss, more like steam escaping a fissure in overheating rock. It retreated one step, then another, but reluctance slowed its movements. When full light brushed its cheeks, the false flesh blistered. Color drained into ash. It cocked its head as though listening to instruction, then flung its skeleton-thin arms above its sockets, shrieking. The shriek ripped through my skull but did not stir air. Joggers paused, yanked earbuds, stared at me in empathy. Perhaps they assumed I screamed. The creature swallowed sound. It waded backward into the channel. Water flared up thighs that looked like carved driftwood now. Mist thickened into veil. Sunlight shredded edges of that veil, but within those ragged curtains the figure broke apart, shoulders first, then ribcage, then legs splintering into floating shards. Each shard dissolved into eddies. I collapsed to my knees. Breath returned in sobs that rattled leaves. The joggers called from the path, but I could not spare strength to answer. Tears hurtled down my cheeks. The thermos lay on its side, dripping lukewarm coffee into soil. Somewhere behind the highway roar resumed. Birds murmured tentative notes, as if stage directions prompted them back into the scene. I forced myself to gather notebook and thermos, sheathing the knife with numb fingers. When I tried to stand, nausea doubled me over, yet I lurched onto the footpath and stumbled toward campus proper. By the time security golf carts cruised past, I had schooled my face into blandness. No rule forbade sunrise walks, but broken rules mattered less than broken sanity. I plastered a half-smile, waved to guards, trudged across manicured lawns toward dorm buildings where kettle click and roommate chatter promised normality. Later that day, rumors spread about another demolition setback. Construction workers had refused to continue dismantling the oldest isolation wing after 3 men reported hallucinations of identical voices whispering their names. Management suspended operations pending investigation. The news infected campus conversation for a week. I listened, contributed polite disbelief. No one linked those whispers to the creature I saw. Maybe other students soothed themselves with logic. Asbestos exposure, heat stroke. I hoarded knowledge alone, scribbling every detail into journals by night, convinced that written words anchored memory, kept nightmare from rewriting itself into comfortable falsehood. I spent hours combing Maori and settler folklore, searching for any being that matched the mimicry, the fluid anatomy, the aversion to direct sunlight. Tanawa legends offer distant echoes, shape-shifting guardians capable of crushing invaders, but none described duplication of human faces or psychic laughter. European revenants filled pages but felt too bound by graveyards. Finally, I stumbled onto overseas reports from Navajo territory. Yinal Lushiai, the skinwalker, sometimes a predator that wears stolen faces, sometimes a sorcerer who abandoned humanity. Descriptions varied, yet threads resonated: darkness deeper than night, imitated voices, the poisonous glamour that drags victims close before revealing bone. Traditional accounts insisted that such beings cannot cross oceans. They belong to desert mesas and cedar-lined canyons. Skeptics argued they belong nowhere except campfire yarns. I considered possibilities. Could colonial shipping routes have carried more than goods? Do all cultures birth similar monsters because fear itself is universal? Or is the land around the old hospital so saturated with anguish that it summons carnivores from distant dimensions, echoes of every nightmare ever told? I pictured pain pooling beneath asylum wards, bubbling until it breached soil, coalescing into new forms hungry for warmth. I did not share these theories with classmates. Their coursework concerned marketing strategies and supply chain ethics. My secrets would earn laughs or pity, perhaps an appointment with campus counselors who already juggled long wait lists. But silence proved heavy. I contacted Tyler, real Tyler, during his mid-semester break. "Seen anything weird?" I typed half-joking. He sent back a selfie holding a Christchurch newspaper, then a string of concern emojis when he noticed my shaken replies. We video chatted under bright lounge lights. His face looked right: freckles, orthodontic scar, genuine worry. I examined his pupils for unnatural shine, asked him to recite inside jokes, forced laughter that tasted brittle. He offered to visit once term resumed. I declined. I still roam campus at dawn, though never alone and never toward the creek. Friends believe I finally adopted healthy sleeping habits. I smile, allow them that illusion. On clear evenings I watch demolition cranes claw at asbestos panels, each clang of metal telegraphing relief to nerves. When final ruins collapse, maybe weight will lift from soil and from my throat. Maybe mimic spirits will drift elsewhere. Until then I keep the knife in my pocket, string salt sachets above my door, and listen for laughter carried on windless air. I remember my ancestors' warnings. Some forces like us, some tolerate us, some hate us. I have met a hater. I will not forget the color of its eyes, the taste of silence, or the lesson carved into my gut: respect the places that cannot forget their own sorrow. And if a loved one appears in the wrong forest at the wrong hour, do not trust the smile. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I never planned to stay in that job for long. When I finished school, a relative lined up an opening for me at a motorcycle financing company, and because I needed quick work, I said yes. The position was simple in theory but exhausting in practice. I spent every weekday as a traveling collector. At dawn, I would leave our main office, ride a company motorcycle to a distant branch, receive a printed list of customers whose payments were late, then spend the day visiting their homes one by one. Some borrowers lived in town, most were hidden deep in the countryside, and a handful kept small shops on mountain roads where you would never expect to find a house. I carried receipts in a shoulder bag, accepted cash, issued paper slips, and finally drove all those crumpled bills back to a cashier who recorded the totals for the branch. That cashier, a man everyone called Sir Joe, had worked there longer than any manager. He moved slowly, spoke even more slowly, and saw no reason to change his routine just because a junior rider had already driven hours through rain or heat. He filled out ledgers at his own gentle pace, made personal phone calls in the middle of balancing sheets, and once or twice each week he simply disappeared for 2, sometimes 3 hours, leaving me stuck in the branch lobby with a helmet under one arm and a bag of cash under the other. If it were lunchtime, I could at least sit on the curb and buy noodles from a vendor. If it was evening, I had nothing to do except wait, stare through the glass at the darkening sky, and wonder which wild animals would cross the road after I finally started for home. The branch that caused all my trouble lay far to the southwest of the main office, almost on the border where our province meets the next. To reach it, I had to leave my boarding house at 5 in the morning, follow a concrete highway until it shrank into patchy asphalt, then weave along hills where every turn looked exactly like the last. On a clear day, that ride was beautiful. Rice fields like mirrors on both sides, clouds floating on water between bright green shoots, and birds swooping low in search of insects the plows had stirred up. By 6:30 the sun was hot on my back and glittered off canals. By 7:30 I was parking at the branch, already sweating through my undershirt, while the manager unlocked the door. Collecting, at least, felt honest. Villagers knew I would appear near the end of each month, and most did not mind my visits. Some teased me for arriving so early. "You hungry? Eat first." Or apologized for their dogs, which rushed my ankles even after I had been coming for months. Others tried small tricks, replacing big bills with skillful photocopies, hiding behind a curtain while a child claimed no adult was home, or offering fruit in the hope I would forget 200 pesos they still owed. Those moments kept the work interesting. I rode back roads, drank water from pumps, learned which families repaired plows and which grew mangoes, noticed whose children stayed in school and whose began working at 15. By late afternoon my logbook was full of signatures, my pockets heavy with cash, my body stiff from potholes and the sun. All I wanted then was to hand the money to Sir Joe, receive a stamped acknowledgement, and run for home while some daylight remained. But on the day I met the creature, no, met sounds too gentle, on the evening it struck me, I was stuck longer than usual. We had closed 3 big repossessions earlier that week, and on Friday several frightened borrowers appeared without warning and paid everything they had skipped since March. The branch safe was overflowing. Sir Joe counted until his eyelids drooped, then muttered that he needed supper and vanished with a friend on the back of his scooter. 2 hours only, he said as the engine revved. It was already past 7. I glared at the branch clock, then stepped outside to cool my anger before it boiled over. The street lamps were flickering on, orange fireflies above empty sidewalks. I cursed into the night, then went back inside to wait. He returned at 9. Perhaps he had eaten, perhaps he had drunk something stronger. Either way, he moved even more slowly, dragging columns with his pen, murmuring numbers as though reciting prayers for the dead. I pressed my helmet straps between sweaty palms and thought about the ride ahead, a narrow provincial road, 70 undulating kilometers, puddles still gleaming from the afternoon storm, and nothing but stars or the occasional truck to light the bends. Once Sir Joe finally handed me the sealed envelope, I thanked him through clenched teeth, tightened my backpack straps, wheeled the company motorcycle onto the empty street, and set off. Night riding can feel like flying if you trust the road. The air cools, the engine hum becomes music, and every village smells different. Wet timber near sawmills, garlic near drying sheds, charcoal near tiny diners just extinguishing their fires. But if you do not trust the road, if every bend might hide a goat or a boy on a bicycle, then night riding is slow torture. I crept around curves, shifted to low beam when insects swarmed, lifted my visor again and again to wipe my eyes. In the distance faint lightning flashed behind mountains. Somewhere ahead a toad bellowed, so deep the sound vibrated my boot soles. After 30 kilometers my high beam began flickering. At first I thought I had hit a loose wire on a pothole, but each time I tapped the headlamp shell the beam returned. "Not tonight," I muttered. "Just get me home." Some riders taped small flashlights to their handlebars for emergencies, but I had never bothered, and now the mistake tightened my chest. The road twisted left, climbed a gentle rise, entered a zone of thick trees so tall they blocked the moons. Clouds drifted across stars. The asphalt seemed to suck and what faint glow remained. That was when something passed above me, so fast I felt only the wind it left behind my helmet. 1 second I was alone between silent trunks, the next an invisible shape sliced overhead. I ducked on instinct and swerved slightly, then straightened, heart pounding. What was that? I scanned treetops but saw nothing. I told myself it was a fruit bat startled by my engine. The island hosts bats large enough to cover dinner plates, and from below their wings can sound like canvas tearing. I tried to laugh it off. But as the headlamp flickered again the thing returned, this time from behind. A rush of air, a whistle past my right ear, and then a hollow burst in my helmet. The strap yanked backward and the helmet flew off my head, bounced on the seat, hit the asphalt, spun into the roadside darkness. Without the strap under my chin cold wind slapped my face. The beam died altogether. Sudden night swallowed everything. I had maybe half a second to react. My left hand slammed the clutch. The front wheel skidded on damp grit. The back wheel fishtailed. I jerked the handlebars and laid the motorcycle down before it threw me forward. Metal scraped, sparks jumped, then the bike slewed into soft grass and stopped. I rolled clear, knees and palms stinging, and ended on my back staring at black sky. Crickets screamed around me. My chest heaved. When I sat up the engine was still ticking, a feeble heartbeat under bent steel. I felt for my phone, miraculously unbroken, swiped the light on, and swept the beam across grass until it touched the road. 40 paces away my helmet glinted, face shield cracked open like a grin. Between the helmet and me stood a bird. The phone's tiny LED barely reached that far, yet the figure was unmistakable. A bird indeed, but impossibly large, nearly my height even with body hunched, maybe knee-high at the shoulder but longer than a goat front to tail. Its feathers drank light, blacker than its surroundings, edges blurring into the dark as though reality could not focus on them. Where the head should be, a fleshy wattle drooped like a turkey's. The beak, short and hooked, flashed ivory white against that darkness. Worse were the eyes, small, alert, reflecting pinpoint silver when the narrow phone beam caught them. Everything inside me froze except my heartbeat. I had met eagles on mountain ridges, seen owls big enough to blanket both handlebars, but nothing like this. My rational mind crawled through possibilities. An escaped ostrich? A mutant cassowary imported illegally? No, the body was wrong. Cassowaries have rainbow crests and thicker legs. This thing's legs, I realized with horror, ended not in talons but in hands. I blinked hard, convinced shock was twisting what I saw. Yet when my sight cleared, the creature reached those hands, long fingers, jointed like a child's drawing of a skeleton, toward the helmet. It lifted the helmet with one casual clutch, examined it, let it drop. Plastic bounced, clattered, rolled. The creature turned its pale snout toward me. I crawled backward behind the nearest trunk. Rough bark dug into my shoulder blades. Breath hissed through my teeth. The phone light trembled in my fist. Shadows jittered. For a few seconds nothing moved. Crickets resumed their songs. A distant gecko clacked. Perhaps the thing had gone. Then a branch cracked overhead, as if snapped between giant fingers. I jerked the phone upward. The tree crown shook, leaves spiraled down, The silhouette rose above grass again, closer this time, emerging from darkness the way a stray thought emerges from sleep, gradually, inevitably, until everything else disappears. It returned to the road, into moonlight that pierced the gap in clouds, and I saw its wings. They were folded at first, great cloaks of inky feathers drooping from shoulders to hocks. Instead of arms beneath those wings I saw thin gray limbs, elbows bending the wrong way. Each limb ended in a 5-fingered hand, human in structure but longer, clawed, too thin to support the weight yet somehow strong. The creature shook once, feathers rippling, and its wings opened halfway, not enough for flight, more like a gesture of irritation, revealing ribs pressing the skin below, a sternum like cracked driftwood, and down the breast a narrow seam of bare pink flesh as though the bird wore an unbuttoned coat. I had never shot anything larger than a rat. I carry no gun now, only a penknife, the branch receipts, and a half-crushed pack of breath mints. I forced myself to breathe quietly. Cry later, survive now, the rule every rural child learns. Through the tree trunk I watched the monster look at my wrecked bike, tilt its head in almost human curiosity, then hop once, twice, between wheel and muffler. It seemed to test the weight, nudge the brake lever, sniff the fuel dripping onto grass. When it straightened, the top of its skull nearly matched my height. Though I had ducked behind a thick trunk, leaves parted above me and moonlight touched my face. The creature's head snapped toward that glow. Our eyes met. If terror can speak, it spoke then, a voice neither in my ears nor in my thoughts but in my skin, crawling over flesh and lodging in bone. Get away, it whispered. Let me feed. Get away or be next. Images flashed. A jackal cracking a turtle, a vulture tearing kidneys from a lamb, a gray-brown fetus sliding from a goat's slit abdomen and twitching as beak clamped its throat. I tasted bile. My bladder stirred. I clamped thighs and prayed not to betray myself. Wind shifted. From the east came the distant growl of an approaching diesel engine. Headlights shimmered behind a ridge, hidden for now but growing. The bird thing tensed as if listening. Its head tilted left, right. It stepped away from my motorcycle toward the centerline of the road. In that moment, before whatever would happen next, my survival brain decided. I rose, one knee then the other, phone clenched for light and maybe a last strike. The trunk shielded me. My boots found ground. Quiet, quiet. The monstrous bird took another step toward the oncoming sound, wings half raised like a startled cockerel. Its back now faced me. I inhaled, counted 3 heartbeats, and sprinted. My target was the fallen helmet. If I could reach it, perhaps I could roll it, distract the creature, then leap astride my damaged bike and coax it 100 meters to the next farmhouse light. Anything. But terror makes distance lie. What looked 10 paces became 15, 20. Wet grass slipped under boots. Phone light swung wildly. The creature whipped around. In that instant white beams crested the ridge. An old jeep rumbled into view, its grille a row of bright teeth. Headlights flooded the road, burned through black feathers, cast a giant curved shadow swallowing me and helmet both. The creature reared, shrieked, a sound like metal poles dragged across slate, and launched upward, wings fully spread. Downbeat blasted warm wind against my face. Touching ground only with fingertips, it sprang beyond the light into treetops and vanished. I collapsed onto my side, clutching helmet as though it were holy. The jeep braked hard, tires crunching gravel. Doors flung open. Voices shouted, 2 men and a woman, flashlight beams stabbing the verge. I could not speak. They ran to me, hauled me upright, demanded what happened. I pointed skyward, then to my overturned motorcycle. One man swore, the woman crossed herself, the other man ran into grass to upright the bike. They thought I had been hit by a truck and concussed. I let them think so. They loaded bike and me into the jeep bed, tied straps, drove me to a nearby Barongi hall where local medics dabbed my palms and knees, declared no serious injury. I told police a bat struck my helmet. They recorded. Wildlife accident. Back at the main office after dawn, I delivered the cash, filed an incident report for the damaged bike, and lied that I had lost the helmet when I braked too hard to avoid a dog. The branch manager frowned but said the company would deduct repair costs gradually from my wage. I nodded gratefully, eager only to leave. I did not mention black feathers or gray hands. Who would believe me? That weekend I motored again to the Southwest branch, this time by daylight. On breaks I asked tricycle drivers near rice mills if they knew an oversized bird, black with a turkey head. Most laughed. One old mechanic stopped chewing beetle nut and spat red juice. Tick-tick, he said. A big one. They love shortcuts, wait near roads. They smell sickness. They smell babies inside mothers. He gestured, slicing across his belly. His eyes shone like tarnished coins. They like lights that blink. If your light blinks, they come close. You are lucky. I asked the cashier, now no longer trusted to leave early, whether he had heard such tales. He shrugged while shuffling receipts. Older folks scare children. Maybe you saw an owl. His smile was lazy, dismissive. I watched his fingers tremble slightly on the ledger. Within a month I requested transfer to a city zone. Soon after, I quit the company and found different work where I can sleep before midnight. But some nights, when rain pounds tin roofs and power cuts off and I fumble for a candle, I remember my headlight flickering, remember huge wings blotting stars, remember that silent voice demanding viscera. If ever I ride again past rice fields at dusk, I tape 2 spare flashlights to the handlebar. And if the beam flickers, I stop, turn around, and wait for sunrise.